It's a beautiful night for baseball, and live from Wrigley Field in Chicago, Sportsnet LA presents the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Chicago Cubs in the first of a 4-game series. Hi again, everybody. Charlie Steiner, Oral Hershiser, and Omar Garcia-Parra. Now, there are just 10 games left. A week from Sunday, the season is over. Magic number is 9. A 2-game lead over the Giants, who are idle tonight. They're in San Diego over the weekend. Dodgers coming off their most lopsided loss of the year yesterday, 16-2 in Colorado. But they've got the right guy on the hill tonight in Zach Greinke.
Well, the Dodgers have 2 aces. We know that, in Kershaw and Greinke. And they're going to need Greinke to pitch like an ace. Just look at his record after a Dodgers loss. He's gone 16-6 with a 2.1 ERA. Yes, he's having a tremendous season. His 4th straight season with 15-plus wins. But he has struggled here at Wrigley Field. It's going to be vital for him and for the Dodgers rotation that he pitches deep in this game and pitches well.
So we know that Greinke's going tonight, Kershaw tomorrow, Hernandez on Saturday. What's happening Sunday?
Well, Sunday right now is scheduled to be Dan Herron, and Dan Herron would be an outstanding person to have out there on the mound. But if you look at the Dodger rotation and you think about who would go on Monday against the first game against the Giants, it might be Frias, it might be Correa, it might be who, but it could be Dan Herron. And then you could have a bullpen day on Sunday here, and you know what, do you do that? Could it be J.P. Howell if you want to flip the Cubs lineup as far as more righties behind them? And if the bullpen has to go, you'll see Correa, you'll see Frias, you'll see Jamie Wright, you could see Johnny Holstaff.
X factor in all of this, there's an 80% chance of rain here in Chicago on Saturday. Greinke and Wada, tonight's starters, back with the lineups and first pitch from Wrigley Field right after this.
A hint to fall in the air. Fall is in the air on this, the 18th night of September, and Don Mattingly and his team trying to shake off the effects of their most lopsided loss of the year, 16-2 at Colorado. And this is the lineup he has put together. Yasiel Puig has done well in his year and a half in the major leagues against the Cubs. Gordon, Puig, and Gonzalez. Kemp, Hanley Ramirez back in the lineup. The elbow apparently okay. Van Slyke with the lefty going, starting in left field. Uribe's been hovering around 300 all year, 306 at the moment. Ellis and Zach Greinke pitching and batting ninth. And the Dodgers will be facing 33-year-old left-hander Yoshi Wada, making his 12th start.
Well, so Yoshi has struggled in his last 3 starts. He's been 0-2 with an ERA of 5.93. The Dodgers have seen him once, and they were able to score 2 runs off him in just 5 2/3 innings. He comes at you with a fastball, slider, changeup, with an occasional curveball. He's got a tight little slider that breaks late, and same with his changeup. And I'll tell you, not very overpowering with his fastball, but seems to be deceptive because he's not. It looks like he can throw an 88-mile-an-hour fastball by hitters.
And so D. Gordon's going to lead it off. He's got a 10-game hitting streak. First pitch of a 4-game series, and a swing and a miss. And it's 0-1. The Cubs at 68 and 84. Their race has long since been run. But they did win 3 in a row over the Cincinnati Reds and gave up just 1 run in their last 30 innings. So their pitching has been good down the stretch. Rick Renteria, manager of the Cubs, a team that hasn't had a winning year since 2009. But it appears as if at long last the Queen Mary is U-turning in Lake Michigan. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Gordon, with Puig on deck and Adrian Gonzalez to follow. Again, 10 games remain. That's all there is. 6 at home and the final 4 on the road here in Chicago. The Cubs took 2 of 3 at Dodger Stadium earlier in the year. Now the 1-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wada in 59 innings has walked 17, struck out 48, opposing hitters hitting .240 against him. Giants are off tonight. Dodger lead is 2. The magic number is 9.
You see D. Gordon up there. He has not played against all lefties, but Don Mattingly going with him against Wada, who throws a little bit more over the top, not quite the side winding action, so a little easier to stay on the breaking ball. And with the Dodger offense being flat yesterday, looking for a spark here.
After yesterday, looking for anything. Up the middle, a good hop at shortstop for Baez. Defensively tonight for the Cubs, Chris Coughlin in left field, Ryan Kalish in center, Jorge Soler, somebody we're looking forward to seeing in right. Valbuena's had a solid year at third. Baez, he can hit a lot, he can strike out a lot. Holt is at first base. Watkins, the second baseman. And John Baker is behind the plate. Cubs are 38 and 36 at home, 18 under on the road. Now Puig. Puig at .294, 14 home runs and 62 runs batted in. To shortstop. Quickly 2 out.
You know, Nomar on that pitch right there looked like Yasiel just still can't reach that outside corner without losing his balance.
Yeah, you know, yesterday or the game, it looked like he is a little bit closer to home plate than he has in the past. And that one, I think, was more his timing out in front as compared to him reaching that outside. It's just letting that ball travel just a little more. He might have been able to drive that. It was interesting, too. He actually marked off his front foot, like his stride. He made a line as if where he wanted it as a guide for him. So, you know, maybe something that he's been working on. Said, okay, I don't want to overstride and stay on the ball.
Adrian Gonzalez. Takes a strike. Dodgers at 20 games over 500. Still the best record on the road at 46 and 31, despite losing 2 of 3 in Colorado. Just underway. Final 4 games of the regular season on the road. Wada 33. This is his 12th start with the Cubs.
been through Tommy John surgery and come back from that. Very successful pitcher in Japan. Once he got over here to the States, had to have some surgery and rehab. Cubs have built him back up, AA, AAA, and now in the big leagues.
But appears to be wearing out toward the finish line, and the Cubs are saying this is likely his last start of the year. Gonzalez fouls it off.
Yeah, a combination, I think, of trying to see some younger guys and also the fact that, yes, he is running out of gas.
Big difference between pitching in Japan, of course, and Major League Baseball. They pitch roughly once a week in Japan. 130 games over there, 162 here. Travel is not nearly as extensive there as it is here. Gonzalez is done, and so are the Dodgers in order. Nothing across. Zack Greinke getting ready for his 30th start of the year. Looking for his 16th win. Managed by Rick Renteria. He's a Southern California boy, the Cub manager from Temecula. And here is the lineup he has put together, beginning with Fritz Coughlin. Began his career with the Marlins and over the years has done well against the Dodgers. Baez, he's a free swinger at shortstop. Valbuena at third. Soler off to the big start. Kalish in center. Mike Olt's been struggling. Watkins at second. John Baker actually pitched an inning this year in a blowout. Wada pitching and batting ninth. And here is Zack Greinke, his 30th start of the year. And he is facing Coughlin, who bangs a base hit into center field. An ominous way for the night to begin for the Dodgers.
Zack Greinke coming off a good outing for himself, but really playing stopper tonight after the Dodgers game yesterday. And Zack is all about precision, and at times this year the precision has been off, sometimes because of mechanical problems, sometimes because of tenderness in his elbow. But tonight the Dodgers need him to be on his game and be his Cy Young self.
Greinke in his last 5 starts, 3-0, and ERA of 1 2/3. 6 of Greinke's 8 losses this year have come on the road. Now here's Baez, who swings and misses quite often. 170 at-bats, 77 strikeouts. That's a .450 strikeout rate.
So he's pretty much all or nothing is what you're saying when he swings. So
you prorate it over the course of the year, 600 at-bats, he'd strike out 260 times. That's a lot of nothing.
That's a lot.
They say he has tremendous power, that he'll hit him out onto the street.
So did Serrano in Major League.
Dennis Haysbert. Wow, Pedro Serrano reference early.
Over here if you need me, guys.
Clearly we do. Baez fouls it off to the right. 2 balls and a strike. So Greinke at 15-8, 4 consecutive seasons with at least 15 wins. Luis Valbuena is on deck. Baez, 9 home runs, 18 runs batted in. The throw gets past Gonzalez. And Coughlin will go to second base on the error.
Did that ball knock off his helmet? Looked like that ball might have got by Adrian and also knocked off his helmet. We'll see over here in the throw.
Sure looked like it did. Yeah, one bounce and hit the helmet.
The error to Greinke is the first error he has committed in 4.5 years.
Look at that tricky way the way D. Gordon picked that ball up to hold him just to second base. Taking a slide into the tarp and standing up and pick up the ball.
Greinke had not made an error since July 16th, 2010. So indeed an ominous beginning for Greinke and the Dodgers, coming off the 16-2 shellacking that they took yesterday afternoon in Colorado. 3 balls and a strike. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Valbuena on deck, and then Jorge Soler. Again, the Giants not doing anything tonight, getting ready for a big 3-game series in San Diego tomorrow night. 10 games left. 3-2. Cubs have first and second and nobody out. Defensively for the Dodgers tonight, in the outfield, Van Slyke in left, Crawford not starting with a lefty Wada going. Puig and Kemp in center and right. Left side of the infield, actually the entire infield, round up the usual suspects. Uribe, Ramirez's elbow better. Gordon and Gonzalez, and the batteries at Greinke and A.J. Ellis. They have just finished having a brief meeting on the mound.
Zach on the last pitch was not very happy with himself. He jerks this one off, and it was a cut fastball. He just mad at himself for throwing a ball and walking. Very high standards that he has for himself, just like Clayton Kershaw, and they're competing against themselves, not only the opponent.
4 straight years with at least 15 wins. Now Valbuena takes low and outside, 1 ball and no strikes. You can't help but wonder if those 2 letters, 1 big large word, if the team's confidence after losing 2 of 3 in Colorado and really getting pasted yesterday, is it all wobbly? We'll find out tonight.
A lot of times confidence is built right from your starting pitcher, and when Zach starts out with a base hit, an error, and a walk, it kind of puts you on your heels, and he's going to have to restore the order and the confidence of the team right now.
Had his first error since 2010, throwing error. So Coughlin is at second and Baez is at first. And there's a strike.
Well, even Don Mattingly touched on that. When we went to Colorado, the big question was, were they going to have a letdown that first game? And Don Mattingly was answering, saying it really stems off the pitchers. They kind of set the tone, the starting pitching. And same holds true. Now they're in Chicago.
2-1 to Valbuena. And again, with the disastrous performance yesterday from Frias, the uncertainty of the rotation after Saturday. Now the 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Greinke has struck out 191 and walked only 41. And this is a place where he'd love to get Valbuena, who is prone to striking out some. 107 times Valbuena's been fanned in 448 at-bats, and you just took a look at Soler, who's on deck. First and second, nobody out. Valbuena's hit .301 in his last 30 games. The previous 11 games, you don't want to know. He was 1 for 31, so he's turned things around. Soler and then Kalish next. 2-2.
This could be a big strikeout here for Zach Greinke. You know, I know you have a base, so we talk about Jorge Soler, you know, he's that big bat hitting in the 4-hole. But at the same time, coming up with him for his bases loaded with first and second, it just gives you some little wiggle room if you want to be careful and not give him something too good to hit.
And just to restore some order here in the first, the 2-2. Now it's 3-2.
And that's the pitch right there that Zach Greinke needs, because he is about precision, not about deception, about multiple pitches that he can throw in any count, but he then hits really good spots, and missing right there puts him in a hole.
Can't imagine Renteria will have him running. Right, he puts a thought in their head.
It does a couple things. Is it prevents if the Cubs get a little frisky and are deciding to run the inside move right there, and also cuts down on the secondary lead, so that on a base hit or a ground ball, you've got a chance that your infielders or outfielders have a better chance to get somebody out.
They stay put, and Valbuena bangs a hit into right. Coughlin rounding third and will score. Baez goes to third. RBI single for Valbuena, and the Cubs take an early 1-0 lead.
Well, you just touched on it, or how important that 2-2 pitch was to Valbuena, and he ended up missing it. So now he had to make sure he threw a strike here, because as we touched on, he did not want to get Soler up there with the bases loaded and nobody out. So that ball catches too much of the plate, can't be so fine with it, and Valbuena is able to pull that ball into right field.
And the Cubs, who are 16 games under 500 on the season, are 24 games over 500 when they score first. First and third, nobody out, and here is Soler. 53 at-bats and 5 home runs.
Of the young hitters, they're most impressed with his power, but also the professional approach at the plate. A little bit more disciplined than most young hitters, has a real idea what the pitcher's trying to do to him and what he can do with what the pitcher is throwing.
Has a hit in 13 of his last 15 games. 1-1 to Soler. And the Dodgers already on the ropes here in the bottom of the first. Soler 19 for 53. That's a .358 clip, and Greinke having difficulty finding the plate.
You know, Nomar, with young hitters, and you're facing a great veteran pitcher like Zach Greinke, are there stages that you go through of learning how to be a professional hitter?
There are, yes, because you also recognize what they're trying to do to you, where it's not always just about their incredible pitches, their stuff that they have, but also their approach.
That's a base hit. Baez will score. Valbuena held at second. Soler with his 16th RBI. And the Cubs now have a 2-0 lead, and Greinke still hasn't retired anybody.
When we mentioned about Soler's approach, he was waiting for a pitch he could handle. This ball comes on the inner half. It looked like right when he stepped up there that he had already separated the plate for himself. Like he already picked whether it's going to be an inside pitch that he was going to attack, because it looked like he was laying off those ones away but was still balanced. He gets one over the middle half and he pulls it for a nice base hit to left field.
And it doesn't take long for Rick Honeycutt to come out. Dodger bullpen, of course, is staffed to the max, but as we were talking about early in the broadcast, that bullpen may well be used on Sunday here at Wrigley Field.
Between Roberto Hernandez 3 2/3 and Carlos Frias only getting 2 outs, the bullpen has been fully manned, but it's also been worked. And It is so important now that Zach Greinke and Clayton Kershaw go deep into games, and then some of the winning pieces, the J.P. Howells, the Brian Wilsons, the Kenley Janssens get used. But as far as the pieces that are used when the game is tied or we're behind, those guys have been used already.
Ryan Kalish squares to bunt, and it's a good one, and Greinke will throw to third, get one there. Valbuena is forced out, so Soler goes to second. Kalish now at first, and the Dodgers finally get their first out of the first inning.
Well, you talked about the error that Zach Greinke has made, but doesn't make many, like you said, in the last 4 years. The reason being because he is such a good defender. I mean, he bounced right off the mound on that bunt. I tell you, that's as a third baseman, you also know the range of their pitcher, and you know, and Juan Uribe knows that. That's why he stayed put, because that was bunted toward the third base line, but he knows the range of Zach Greinke, stayed there, and they were able to get that force out.
And finally, the first out. Mike Olt takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Olt hitting a .153, 33 hits and 215 at-bats. So the Dodgers, who gave up 8 runs in the first inning yesterday in Colorado, down 2-0 here in the bottom of the first. Olt has a dozen home runs. He's an all-or-nothing proposition. 19 of his 33 hits for extra bases, 12 home runs, and 7 doubles.
The Cubs as a whole lead the National League in rookie home runs, but I think it's more the opportunity of rookies to get the at-bats than it is always that the rookies have been that outstanding.
But they do have 149 overall, which is second in the league. So they're flexing their muscles. Outside and low. In fact, 42% of the Cubs' runs this year have come from home runs. So the confines of Wrigley Field this year have been especially friendly, especially for the young ones. Logan Watkins on deck. Call strike 3.
Seems like that bunt right there and that force out at third might have calmed down Greinke just a little bit. He's always trying to look to just get that one out, and it looked like against Olt he was now being able to find his rhythm and paint those corners.
It is amazing that how your brain chemistry changes all of a sudden when you get something positive like an out. You get to bounce off the mound, be a player there, and you get back on the mound and you feel completely different.
Logan Watkins last year was the Cubs' best at AAA. Fouls it back, and it's 0-1. So he's getting a chance to play. And again, the Cubs now, this is in every sense of the word Theo Epstein's team. And after many years of misery on the north side of Chicago, drafts and all of that, now they're putting some of these young players, the pieces together. Strike 2.
Yeah, some people project Baez to maybe move over to second base and Castro to come back to shortstop. Some people predict that maybe Castro won't be the shortstop. Maybe they'll find another place for him on the field, like left field, or maybe he'll be a chip to trade for some frontline pitching.
0-2, way high and outside.
They're definitely starting to see the results of all the drafts and trades that they have made. The faces are younger, but the potential is a lot higher. There's Starlin Castro there with the hoodie on there, looking up dugout.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Just outside.
And these are officially dugouts here, Charlie.
One of the things you don't want to do at Wrigley Field if you're sitting on the bench is jump up.
Oh, done it many a time. And the button on the top of your hat makes it even worse.
It'll leave a mark.
Oh.
Here's a 2-2. Foul back and out of play.
I was doing a radio interview before the game, and David Bassett asked me, he goes, "Nomar, you played here. How many times did you hit your head?" I go, "In so many places you hit your head."
Well, from the 7th inning on, an exciting game, too, because you forget.
Right. You jump up, or when you're going down in the dugout, just going back into the clubhouse, you hit your head coming up. I mean, there are just so many places.
Yep.
I mean, even walking up here, Oro, when we were coming up to the booth, you almost hit your head.
I know. on the ramps, I was hitting my head.
2-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
The coolest place for me when I was here and pitching in the day games, which there's a lot of them, is right about 15 feet down from the dugout, down the tunnel. There seems to be a breeze that blows through there. And I used to put a chair down there, a folding chair down there, and that's where I would sit as a starting pitcher. I wouldn't even sit on the bench because that was the coolest place as far as just cooling down in the summer heat.
Full count, runners go, ground ball to first. Gonzalez has it, flips to Greinke. The inning is over. It could have been worse. But the Cubs come up with 2 runs, 3 hits, leave 2. Kemp, Hanley Ramirez, and Van Slyke will bat in the second.
Not quite so friendly there in the bottom of the first inning as we make our way to the top of the second inning with the Dodgers down 2-0 to the Chicago Cubs. Hello, everybody. I'm Alana Rizzo. I want to talk a little bit yesterday about a tradition in Major League Baseball. It was rookie dress-up day for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Very common to do it on the final stint of a road trip of the regular season. 8 Dodger rookies and 3 staff members, basically anyone in their first year of Major League service, has to dress up. We had some superheroes, some Ninja Turtles, a sock monkey, and some other things. Jamie Wright, a veteran on the Los Angeles Dodgers, is the one that arranged it, all the costumes to get these guys all suited up. You can catch an exclusive episode of Backstage Dodgers next Thursday to see the entire thing start to finish. And Nomar and Oro, you guys can talk about that rookie initiation period.
Oh, boy, fun time. Oro, did you have to dress up? Did they?
Not really, no, not back then. Maybe just a little bit like a hobo, or they cut your tie off or stuff like that.
Right, no, I dressed up twice.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why'd you get that honor?
Well, when I got called up right before September, so that year I had to dress up. I was dressed up as the Riddler, and it didn't fit too well, but it was.
It fits you well now.
Without question. Matt Kemp is there.
And then the next year, the following year, they made me dress up again. I'm like, I dressed up last year, and they said, "Are you eligible for Rookie of the Year?" And I said, "Yeah, you're wearing it, then you are a rookie." So I dressed up in a dress and a vest.
Oh, let's not get into that.
Yeah, that's.
Kemp with a shot to center. And Kalish is there, 1 out.
We needed those superheroes to dress up before the game yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, here's Hanley Ramirez and his traditional slow walk to the plate, missing the last 2 games with a strained right elbow. Or that's how they described it. The Dodgers have been waiting for Ramirez in that bat to get hot. They've got 10 games left to figure it out. Cubs 2-0. Dodgers still looking for their first base runner.
Omar, if you were Hanley, what would you do to get hot in a hurry with everything you've seen this year from him?
Well, I think I'd shorten my swing. I wouldn't try to, at times he had a tendency to get really big and try to hit the ball way too far. And I would just think about, like I said, almost like my two-strike approach. Really focus on squaring the ball up first, making contact, and from there, then I can start swinging harder and harder once I get that consistent contact.
No balls and 2 strikes.
It's been really hard for him to really get in a rhythm with the different injuries he's had, and even when he's played, sometimes he's been dealing with things.
And you see those home runs. We show the stats of what he's done pre and post, and at this point, to try to get hot, those are really irrelevant. It's not about trying to hit home runs. It's just trying about, once you hit the ball consistently, the home runs will come.
Okay.
And the way Matt Kemp's power has come on, and Adrian Gonzalez has continued to hit for power, and they're really now in the 3 and 4 hole. He has a different role to play.
Exactly right. And to some degree, it relieves kind of the pressure where you feel like, okay, I have to come up with the big hit. You have all those other guys who are swinging it well. You just want to add to it. Say, okay, just a base hit adds to, the arsenal right now. I don't have to always drive the ball, hit it out of the ballpark. I actually like that foul ball right there. That was, that's something to build off. He squared it up and went the other way hard.
That one, he fouls off his foot hard.
And then that just took it away because that hurts.
Hanley Ramirez is a career .302 hitter.
Off-speed little cutter inside. You said he was waiting real well on the hard stuff. Went that foul ball squared up, went the opposite way. This one he gets out in front of, comes right over and hits it right under his knee. Not a lot of blood supply on those shins.
Nope.
So Ramirez this year at .277, 25 points below his career average. 0-2 with 1 out in the second. So the reality is, with 10 games left in the season, what has gone on in the rearview mirror is irrelevant. The Dodgers, and individually, they've got work in front of them. 10 games, inning by inning. A 2-game lead on the Giants. And Ramirez down on strike. Second strikeout for Wada.
Well, they've earned their place right now to this point to have a 2-game lead with the short part of the schedule left. And Don Mattingly was asked, what do you think about your rotation? And he said, well, I'm fine with it because where we are in the season, if we had 162 to go, I'd be a little bit out of sorts.
Including tonight, 10 games left, 2 starts remain for Greinke and 2 for Kershaw. How are they going to do with the other 6?
That's going to be an adventure.
Van Slyke takes inside.
Dan Herron has thrown the ball very well, and that's a piece that they can maneuver. If they want to give him extra rest, they might slot him into the first game against the Giants, try and figure out what they'll do here in Chicago on Sunday.
Van Slyke to center, and Kalish has plenty of room. And the Dodgers go in order in the second. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Baker, Wada, then the top of the order for the Cubs against Greinke. Cubs 2-0. Fan Appreciation Day at Dodger Stadium. There'll be a number of giveaways and prizes throughout the game, including 2015 season tickets, a brand new 60-inch class LG Smart TV, United Airlines airfare vouchers, and much more. For more information, visit Dodgers.com/fan appreciation. Uribe at third, Ramirez at short, Gordon at second, Gonzalez at first. The left-handed hitting John Baker fouls it back, and it's 0-1. In a blowout against the Rockies, Baker actually pitched an inning. Wada on deck, and then Coughlin to follow. On 2 hops, Gordon in front of him. 1 out. And that'll bring up Yoshi Wada. So Greinke, after the first 4 batters for the Cubs got on board, and 2 of them would score, has now retired 4 batters in a row.
Felt like an ugly repeat of Carlos Frias' start yesterday. Zach settled it and turned it around. Frias had a record-setting day yesterday, not one you want to be part of.
Oro, coming into this, we showed the stat of Zach Greinke being 0-2 with a 14 ERA here at Wrigley Field. Do you know that as a pitcher coming in? Do you feel, is that in the back of your mind?
You might not know the stats, but you know the feeling that you haven't really had that many good games here.
That's one of those you don't want to know.
Yeah, and if you have
a
good one mixed in there with those bad starts, and it happens to be your last one, you start to feel like you've turned the corner.
Right.
But if you're spiraling down, no, it doesn't feel good.
Well, why is it that a particular part might work against, for instance, Greinke here? But again, it's a limited sample size. But in general, some places pitchers do well, others don't. Is it coincidence, or is there more to it than that?
Well, it could be a lineup that all of a sudden he really hasn't figured out. It could be a ballpark where he pitches on the nights when, or days here, that the wind has been blowing out, catches some bad days. If it's a park like Colorado, I would say you can actually put your finger on it for sure. But this park can play 2 different ways. It can play, 3/4 of the time it's a pitcher's park, 1/4 of the time it's an unbelievable off the charts hitter's park.
And at the moment, as you can see, the wind is blowing out and toward right field.
Nomar, what do you think the ratio is on hitter to pitcher park here?
It's funny. I was going to say you were pretty good. About 1/3 to 1/4, where it's more a pitcher's park than it is a hitter's park. And everybody always thinks that, oh yeah, but no, when the wind's blowing in, it's so hard. And the other thing about it, what makes it a pitcher's park, aside from just the wind, is also the infield. The infield, the grass is cut very high, so it slows balls down on the ground as well. So if you're, as a hitter's mentality, you're going, well, I'll just, wind's blowing in, let me, kind of get on top of the ball, drive the ball down on the ground, I'll try to hit our ground balls. Well, the infield grass just kind of sucks them up too. So you're just really going, the only chance I have is a line drive.
Ball strike 3, second strikeout for Greinke.
Is this one of the smaller dirt parts of the infield that you've ever played on? The dirt part, like, from the beginning of the dirt to the deep in the hole and shortstop?
What's funny is that everybody might assume that it's always the same size, and it's not. It's a great question. Everyone cuts it different. To start every series, when I'm taking ground balls, I would count, and where I would count is I'd stop. I'd count at the line where second base is, and I'd take how many steps back to the cut of the grass, to the edge of it, because I knew how many steps I wanted to play my position with. So I wouldn't use the cut of the grass as me determining my position. I would have to step them off, because some places have less dirt and some places have more. And you're right, this one's cut kind of,
I would always ask my infielders to play on the grass here, because I felt like I gave up so many ground balls, and more went through here, and I'm like, these guys are playing too close to me.
No, right. No, it's just the way it's cut. And I'll tell you, you want to also play in a little bit here, because I'm telling you, that grass really slows things down. So, it takes your rhythm out of as an infielder. So you want to sometimes you have to charge the ball more than you like.
Chris Coughlin on 2-0. Takes outside, 3 balls and no strikes. Coghlan began the first inning with a single to center, went to second on a throwing error by Zach Greinke, his first since July 2010. Baez would walk, and then back-to-back singles for Valbuena and Soler, and just like that, the Cubs took a 2-0 lead, which they currently enjoy with 2 out in the bottom of the second. Greinke, throughout his career, an outstanding control pitcher, but he's been pitching behind tonight. 3-2.
The other odd thing, I don't know if it affected you, Nomar, here, was the park's asymmetrical. So when you look in as a pitcher where Zach Greinke is, you see how the curve behind the backstop, where it's not lined up directly with home plate. And also then when you turn around to center field's not really center as you go straight up the middle, where you see the painting on the wall for the 400. So you just have an odd perspective at first when you're out there. And it can kind of throw you out of sorts, you know, as you kind of think about picking up a ground ball on a bunt as a pitcher, as you look in to your catcher for signs and everything behind him is not symmetrical. So you have to really concentrate and not really. I tried not to look around like you joked about in the last broadcast about keeping my head down all the time. Just tried not pick up some of these odd things.
3 balls and 2 strikes and 2 out. Gordon could only do so much. Coghlan is 2 for 2.
Well, this is a great effort by D. Gordon. Here's a ball hit up the middle, laying out, sacrificing the body. If he was able to hold on to it, he definitely had a chance. Coghlan going down to first, but just unable to hold on to it. Great effort.
Coghlan has good speed, so even if Gordon had made that play cleanly, odds are Coghlan would have beaten it out. Either way, he's 2 for 2, and here is Baez. Takes a strike, 0-1. Baez a believer that the best things in life are free, and he is a free swinger. 77 strikeouts in 170 plate appearances. But when he hits them, he loses them.
Wow. That swing right there.
Oh, my goodness.
When I saw him swing right now, my back hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the. Whew. I'm sure people at home, too, were going, yeah, my back's a little sore after that swing. Look at that follow through.
I'm surprised he can hold on to the bat with 2 hands.
No balls and 2 strikes. 1-2. That's why Hanley Ramirez has had elbow problems. As we were saying, Greinke, again, very uncharacteristic because he's always been a great control pitcher ever since he came up with Kansas City. Throwing 31 pitches, only 18 for strikes in the first inning, 21 more here in the second. And he's been pitching behind in the count, although now 1-2 to Baez, and it's 2-2. Greinke has, as of now, 1 more start between now and the end of the regular season. Kershaw, who goes tomorrow, has 2 more. Then presumably Herron 2. And here comes the 2-2. Got under it. And that's Hanley Ramirez now battling the wind. So what else is new? It is Wrigley Field. No runs, an infield hit, 1 man left, and we'll go to the 3rd. That's why they call it the Windy City. Blue to Dodger Stadium during the series against the Giants Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday nights in order to stage a Dodger Blue Out. All merchandise will be discounted 20% at stadium locations, and special prizes will be given to those sporting the most blue. Don't miss your chance to be part of the Dodger Blue Out. For more information and get your tickets, go to Dodgers.com. Wada has retired the first 6 Dodgers in order. He has struck out 2 along the way, and Juan Uribe to lead it off. Uribe, Ellis, and Greinke. Cubs took 2 of 3 from the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium this year, and this is the final time these 2 teams will meet. A 4-game series. Uribe 9 home runs and 46 runs batted in. Outfield essentially straight away. Kalish maybe a step toward left center. First base umpire Phil Cuzzy. 2 balls and no strikes. Greg Gibson is calling balls and strikes. Cuzzy at first, Al Gibson at second, and the crew chief Jerry Davis is at third. It's 2-1 to Juan Uribe. Kershaw tomorrow in search of his 20th. 2-2. Fridays are matinee days at Wrigley Field, so we'll be on the air. First pitch 11:20 Pacific. Saturday, a Fox game. First pitch will be 5 after 10 LA time. Roberto Hernandez and Felix Doubront. And on Sunday, 11:20 LA time, as of now, Dan Herron and Jacob Turner. Then the Dodgers fly home Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday nights with the Giants. Next Thursday, an off day, then the final 3 against the Rockies, who the Dodgers discovered yesterday in particular aren't pushovers. Uribe works the count full.
You'll watch Clayton Kershaw down there tomorrow with a towel wrapped around him and everybody leave him completely alone. Zach Greinke will look for information and talk to his catchers and his teammates. He's not chatty, but he's not unapproachable.
Juan Uribe did something he doesn't do very often. Walk. That was just his 15th walk all year in 360 at-bats. Now A.J. Ellis coming up. Ellis a $190. Greinke a very good hitting pitcher on deck, and then the top of the order. Dodgers still looking for their first base hit. One ball and no strikes to A.J. Ellis.
Wada on the mound kind of shuts down the possibility of a hit and run. A.J. Ellis and Juan Uribe, not a bad combination with a guy out there that doesn't have swing and miss stuff. But the fact that he's left-handed and Juan would get absolutely 0 jump, it's almost more a forced A.J. to swing, and Juan, you run when the ball's going home, and that's not a very good jump. So it's a good combination of players, but not a good situation with the lefty on the mound. Not that much advantage to having Juan get 1 step.
A.J. Ellis in just his 86th game of the year. Two balls and a strike. Ellis, of course, 2 stints on the DL, arthroscopic surgery on the left knee, sprained right ankle. 2-1. 3-1. Ellis has 2 more walks this year than he has base hits.
Ellis is going to get the same pitch, maybe 3-1 as he gets 3-2, and Uribe's not going to get a very good jump, so I doubt they'll start Juan here 3-1. You might start him 3-2 to stay out of the double play with AJ.
Three and two.
Ooh, wow. Home plate umpire Greg Gibson didn't like something that was said from the dugout. See, watch after this call right here. Get a call, calls it, and then he just kept, and like you said, something in the dugout right away. Stays there. No, AJ didn't like it.
3-2. Uribe has not stolen a base this year, not going anywhere, and this is a tailor-made 6-4-3 double play. Baez to Watkins on to Old.
That's the price you pay if you don't start Juan. The price you pay if you start Juan is you take the risk of being picked off, and so kind of paid the piper there with AJ getting to that 3-2 count, hitting that ground ball.
Where it was hit and how was it hit, and the way Uribe runs, probably going to be a double play anyway. So there's 2 out, and Greinke coming up. Foul back and out of play, 0-1. Dodgers still looking for their first base hit. Greinke has 11 of them on the year. No balls and 2 strikes. Dodgers have had 1 base runner so far. That was the leadoff walk to Uribe, and he was promptly erased on the double play. Cubs scored 2 in the bottom half of the first. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Greg Gibson's going to get it from both dugouts. Now he's got Waddle walking off the mound thinking the fastball into Greinke. Greinke talking about it even with Baker behind the plate.
On 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gordon on deck. The 2-2. Foul tip. Nationals are beating up on the Marlins 6-2. Washington beginning to distance itself from the Dodgers for the best record in the National League. That's strike 3. Greinke knew it, and that's a 3rd strikeout for Wada, who has pitched to the minimum 9 through 3. After 2.5, Cubs 2-0.
for his third inning of work. Right now the Cubs with a 2-0 lead as we are in the bottom of the third inning. Zach Greinke has been tremendous for the Los Angeles Dodgers all season long, of course, as has Clayton Kershaw. Time now for our Coors Light cold hard facts. Most consecutive 15 or more win seasons among active pitchers. Zach Greinke on a very impressive list. You can see it there. CC Sabathia of the Yankees, Johan Santana, Tim Hudson of the Giants, now Bartolo Colon, John Lester with the A's, Justin Verlander, of course, with the Detroit Tigers, and there is Zach Greinke. 2011 through 2014, already 4 15-plus win seasons. Max Scherzer of the Tigers also on the list, guys.
Greinke at 15-8, an ERA of 2 2/3, but he is now trailing 2-0 as we go to the bottom half of the third inning. Valbuena, a single to right, drove in a run in the first inning, and Greinke missing outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Greinke, through 2 innings, has thrown 55 pitches already.
That's an awful lot, Charlie, and that's not very efficient. That's going to only get you through maybe 5 innings max at that pace.
And we talked about it before the game, how important it is for Greinke to pitch deep into this ball game because of, we know, the situation with Ryu out and how we may have to use the entire bullpen possibly Sunday.
I can't see them making Monday against the Giants a bullpen day, so that's why I keep leaning towards Herron, getting an extra day's rest. But who would be the pitcher on Sunday to start the game would be an unknown as of right now. There's a lot of possibilities.
And the other thing too, I mean, you know, Roberto Hernandez, we also, you know, he's going, and you hope that he can also pitch late into the game as well. But past few games, the pitchers that he's struggled, past few games that he's pitched, sorry, he has struggled.
Yep.
3 balls and a strike. Greinke in his last start against the Giants, 6 innings and 84 pitches. And here's his 59th. We're just beginning the third. Start before that against Arizona, 94 pitches in 6 innings. Against the Padres, went 8 through 104. And so not a promising beginning for Greinke, with Soler on deck and Kalish to follow. Valbuena, the RBI, is 50th in his first at bat, and through Gonzalez. And now going to second base, and the Dodgers get a break. Matt Kemp throws out Valbuena. Kemp picks up Gonzalez, who made the error, but Kemp throws out Valbuena at second base.
What a great throw by Matt Kemp. Something you don't see too often, a ball getting by Adrian Gonzalez, but Matt Kemp gets it and was well aware, looking at the runner, and then makes a perfect throw to second base. I mean, that one just, Adrian didn't get his glove down. He knew it, mad at himself, but Valbuena thinking he can stretch it into a double there or try to get to second base, and Matt Kemp guns him down.
That throw's all about getting it on line, because no matter what height it is, if it's at head high to Hanley or rolling on the ground, as long as it's on line, he's going to be out.
5th error of the season for Gonzalez. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Meanwhile, the Dodgers still looking for some energy out there. Greinke struggling, an error by Gonzalez. They're still looking for their first hit, and Greinke delivers a strike. 1-2 to Jorge Soler. Soler, a single to left, drove in a run in his first at bat. But he strikes out a lot, and he just struck out again. 13th time he has gone down on strikes in 55 at bats, and that's the 3rd strikeout of the game for Greinke.
This is a slow curveball, one of the slower curveballs that Zach has thrown all year, just like it slipped through his fingers, and it's really about taking the speed off, not getting the ball to break sharply. You want it to curve, but it's all about the deception of your arm speed and the ball slipping through your hands and then dropping in there.
This is Ryan Kalish taking a ball outside.
Now, we've seen Zach not be quite as efficient or go deep into games since he really had some elbow issues. Some of his out pitches have been used a lot more sparingly. So what happens is that hitters have a tendency to run the count up on you because they hit more foul balls. You don't put them away with swings and misses. And Zach's very good at getting ahead of people, but putting them away, since he's had tender elbow. He's used the slider a little bit more sparingly. He's used the hard curveball a little more sparingly.
Kalish, a Southern California boy, born in Northridge, lives in Venice. And the 2-1. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Came up in the Red Sox organization as you look at Mike Holt, who's on deck. Dodgers down 2-0. The other thing about Greinke and his performance tonight, he's had quite a few hitters with 2 strikes, hasn't been able to put them away.
Goes to exactly what Oro was talking about, how right now it just doesn't seem like he feels comfortable throwing that put away pitch right now. For whatever reason, if it's the elbow, I don't want to speculate anything whatsoever. It just hasn't been able to come up with that right pitch to get him to swing and miss.
There's the hard curveball there, but that's just kind of a waste pitch, not in a waste that Zach thinking about wasting it, but just where he threw it makes it a waste pitch because it was a ball right out of his hand.
All right, puts away Kalish now with his 4th strikeout of the game. No runs, no hits, 1 error. And Matt Kemp with his 4th outfield assist this month, picking up Gonzalez and the error. And the Dodgers top of the order as we go to the 4th. Join us for the next episode of A Certifiable Hit, Backstage Dodgers, while we go behind the scenes with the clubhouse staff as they handle the recent roster changes, and there have been quite a few. Plus, join us as retired Marine and comedian Rob Riggle is honored as veteran of the game at Dodger Stadium. Don't miss a new episode of Backstage Dodgers after the game tonight at 9 o'clock right here on Sportsnet LA. Dodgers still trying to figure out Yoshi Wada. Meanwhile, this Cub pitching staff coming into the game had given up but 1 run in 30 innings in the 3-game sweep of the Cincinnati Reds. Rick Renteria, Southern California boy, his first year as manager of the Cubs. And so far, Wada has walked 1 batter, and that's been it. The speed too much, the throw too high. Gordon is aboard with a base hit.
D. Gordon did a good job laying this bunt down. But what he also did a good job was also the way he ran down the first baseline. As we take another look here on Carl's cam, he puts an excellent bunt down toward the third baseline. But the reason I was talking about how he ran down the first, he was really staying in that runner's lane, that odd runner's lane down the first baseline, wasn't running inside. Because if he had, the umpire, because I saw home plate umpire Greg Gibson, he was watching him run down and watching the path he was taking to see if there might be a call there to be made, and there wasn't.
So Gordon with yet another infield hit, the most in the majors by far. First hit of the night for the Dodgers, and here's Yasiel Puig. Popped to short in his first at bat. Good news is Puig, in 9 games against the Cubs in his career, is hitting .517. Bad news is in the last month he's hitting .198 against everybody. 1 home run and 3 runs batted in. Gonzalez on deck. Dodgers down by 2.
How about that move to first base? I was looking at that front foot where he stepped, and that's probably what D. Gordon, well, first of all, is asking for a timeout, but watch where he steps. Does he even step toward first? Look at, I mean, that's very close to stepping more toward home plate than the first base. Possibly called the balk. I don't understand why they, you know, we always question that. We always say, you know, what is the angle from there? Well, would it bother you if they just kind of put like a chalk line or something there so pitchers would know and the first base umpire would know where you can step and can't?
It doesn't bother me as a right-hander. It would bother me if I was left-handed.
1 ball, no strikes to Puig. 2 balls, no strikes.
Well, anything to stop you pitchers from cheating. Jeez.
Yeah.
Now the wind is blowing in as Puig fouls it back, and the count is 2-1. As a defender, Nomar, I assume wind is more difficult than sun.
Yes. Well, wind is just not fun to play really any sport in, outdoor sport. I mean, it's just, in baseball it affects the ball, the pop-ups, and also when it's cold or when it's, the wind just makes you even colder. It just pierces through your uniform, and so you just don't feel comfortable as well.
It's that bone chilling.
Yeah.
And the humidity here in Chicago is usually pretty high too, so it really feels cold.
And then the fact that it just, you know, both offensively and also as a pitcher, it's just the fact that it can affect your game and your mentality when you're going out there and playing, because you use it as a factor.
2-2 to Puig. Gordon leads from first, and Gordon is in a world of hurt. Finally they get him.
That's 1-3 to 6, I think. to 1. Took him a while, but he's still out. Yep.
1-3 to 6 to 1 to 4.
I thought this was his best chance that first time he was running back to first, because Wada hadn't gotten over to first yet, and he might have had to throw to a running defender instead of a still defender.
Either way, I think it all started with that step over there. It still was kind of borderline questionable. Actually, I almost thought that was a little better than the one before, as far as him stepping more toward first base.
Meanwhile, Puig rifles a single into left. That's an encouraging sign for Yasiel Puig, hitting under 200 in the last month. Now Adrian Gonzalez, who took a call, third strike in his first at bat. Brewers and Cardinals are having at it tonight. They go to the fifth. Milwaukee a 1-0 lead in St. Louis. The Brewers 2.5 games behind the Pirates and Giants in the wild card race. Gonzalez with 23 home runs. 1 ball, no strikes.
Well, since we've been talking about it so much, and Charlie, you asked me about the wind and defensively, you know, we have stats for everything. How about this? Since 2009, 404 games, 5-year total. They said 59, it's over 59% the wind blows in, and only about 24% of the time it blows out.
And Gonzalez finds a hole, and Puig is on his way to third, and the throw is not going to get him. So the Dodgers have runners at the corners and 1 out, and wondering what might have been had Gordon not been picked off.
One time where the Cubs can't play the shift, which Adrian has seen an awful lot, and he can beat it with the rollover ground ball, with Puig occupying first and keeping the first baseman at home.
Well, here's Matt Kemp. Flied to center in his first at bat. Matt has had a great second half of the year. Since the All-Star break, 302, 13 home runs and 41 runs batted in 55 games, and he's got the tying runs aboard.
And he's moving up the ladder on, if your teammates were going to vote, who do you want at the plate in a key situation? Beginning of the year, middle of the year, Matt might not have been in the top 4 vote getters. Now, right now, he might be number 1 or number 2, the way he's swinging the bat.
Right now, in a clutch situation, who else? Justin Turner.
I knew we were going to go there.
Exactly.
And Justin went up the tote board pretty quick this year, and then stayed there consistently. But you know, Adrian Gonzalez was probably number 1 out of spring training, and had stayed near the top most of the year until he hit his slump.
Right.
In the case of Gonzalez, all you have to do is look at the back of his baseball card. That's what he has done for a decade.
Yep.
I'll tell you, with Wada on the hill too, his first home run, big league home run he gave up was to Matt Kemp.
That's not real comfortable for him right here, and then that's a bat.
Kemp with 21 home runs, 76 runs batted in on the year. First and third, 1 out.
Oh, what a great take.
Yeah.
Boy, does that change this at bat completely.
And you know what, for Matt Kemp, like we talked about how well he's been swinging, he's the guy you want up there in this situation. You give him the green light. You trust the way he's been seeing the ball. You're like, listen, Matt, you know yourself. You're seeing the ball extremely well. You let it fly if you can.
On 3-0. Well, they let it fly and came up empty.
That's what you should do. That's the approach you should take. You're going, okay, if it's something you like, you're going to let it go. You don't want to take a swing where you felt like you got cheated, where you got fooled and you were out in front, or you just put it in play. It's like it's all or nothing, and that was a good approach from Matt. Still in a very good hitter's count to let it fly again.
The second baseman, Watkins, is practically hugging the bag. Sliced foul, and the wind is going to carry it out of play.
That's a concept that fans don't understand, Nomar, is that big league hitters would rather swing and miss than hit the ball weakly.
Exactly.
Because you're really taught all the way from Little League, from a lot of coaches that really don't understand that, hey, put the ball in play, you know, don't swing and miss. And swing and miss a lot better.
And this goes back to what we talked about situation and understanding the count, making the adjustment from pitch to pitch, where now it's not the same approach right now that he has 3-2.
Puig at third. Gonzalez is at first. And it's 3-2 to Kemp. From 3-0 to strike three.
Matt, after the strikeout, is going to have to find a bat that stays hot like him, because.
Does you think that one's done?
I think that one's finished. Right there, it finished.
You could hear it snap.
What a great take earlier to take the count from 2-0 to 3-0, and he just wanted to hit so bad. He's been so hot there, it took him out of his game a little bit and caused that strikeout.
So the Dodgers have 3 hits here in the fourth, and still no runs. Ramirez, a strikeout victim in his first at bat, missed the last 2 with an elbow issue. And he takes a strike. It's 0-1.
Seen Hanley of late used right center in these situations, and he is so much better when he shortens it up and uses that part of the field.
Right, giving him a big hole there on the right side.
Ramirez 316 with runners in scoring position. Takes inside.
If I'm Hanley, I give him the inner half of the plate. I look for something on the outer half. Doesn't matter if it's soft or hard if I have the right approach. And I wouldn't even look high and away. I'd look low and away and just look for something to drive the Mack truck through that right side.
1 ball, 1 strike. 2-1.
It's so much harder to get a called strike on the inner half of the plate, mentally and literally from the umpire, than it is on the outer half of the plate. So pitchers in general at times will just default to that outer half, just visually for the pitcher. And it's a higher risk too, because if we go in there and miss, we got a chance of hitting you and putting you on for free.
2 balls and a strike to Hanley Ramirez. Puig from third, Gonzalez from first. 2-2.
That's the other thing. Even when we're going in, we miss there down the middle.
Right. I was figuring that's why you guys stay away from inside, more for the risk reward factor. That away, if I miss away, I still have a chance that you're not going into the hitter's power. Compared to that right there, and if he happened to be looking in, like you said, it's like, whew, could hit a long way.
Kemp's strikeout at this point, the key at bat of the inning. After Gordon, the leadoff bunt base hit, and then got picked off. First and third, 2 balls, 2 strikes. That does it. 5 strikeouts for Wada. So Gordon, the bunt base hit, has more infield hits than anybody else, and then he promptly gets picked off with a zip code scoring, and then Kemp down on strikes, followed by Ramirez. a base in the wall. Holt will arrive at second base with a stand-up double. So the Dodgers' first 3 hitters in the 4th all have hits. They failed to score. And the first hitter in the bottom of the 4th for the Cubs, Holt doubles to left.
Holt was aggressive in swinging at the first pitch, and Zach happened to leave a cutter up out over the plate that he decided to pull. The only time a hitter can pull a cutter that's away from him is when you leave it up. If you get it down, they're going to hit a ground ball.
All games have ebbs and flows, and so far it's been all Cubs.
The Dodgers looked like they were going to get off the deck with 3 hits in the last inning, but the pickoff and the strikeouts just didn't add up to any runs.
And Gonzalez with an error tonight. And Greinke at 73 pitches with nobody out in the 4th. Watkins with 14 hits this year.
When an offense goes flat, a team can look like it doesn't have intensity. A team can look like it doesn't have heart. But really, when the offense then starts to cook, everybody goes, oh yeah, they're great, they're gamers, they're really tough. And it's has a lot to do with just people getting on base and moving them around.
Well, a lot of times too, you judge that intensity on the way they run. So when they're on base, you see them on the base paths, they're like, oh, these guys are into it, look at the way they're running. Well, because you're on base, and if there's nobody on there,
yeah, intensity, hard. Yeah. Last inning, D. Gordon gets picked off. He's being aggressive. Yasiel Puig went first to third. That was great. Matt Kemp swung out and struck out and was mad and broke his back.
Right.
I mean, they're trying.
It's going to go out of play. And the other thing from the Dodger perspective, Greinke gave up 2 runs in the first inning, and that's not to say this is an energized crowd here at Wrigley Field. Their team is 16 games under 500, and it's hardly sold out anymore. The way this season has gone, last 5 seasons have gone. And so they're playing it out. Dodgers need these wins. After tonight, 9 games to go. Kemp is there. Perfect throw back to the infield.
The Dodgers have definitely are in control of their own destiny with their 2-game lead, but they'd like it to be a lot easier goal by going into the San Francisco series with some padding. Larger than a 2-game lead would be very nice. Shrinking it down to 1 or being even would be in control of your destiny, but it would be in the balance.
John Baker bounced to second in his first at bat. Meanwhile, the Giants are enjoying a night off in San Diego. 3 games with the Padres. And then the drive north to Dodger Stadium Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Dodgers have been in first place ahead of the Giants since that 3-game sweep at the end of July. Dodgers came limping into San Francisco, having played poorly right after the All-Star break against the Cardinals and the Pirates. When they sweep the Giants, go from a 1.5 games back to a 1.5 games in front. They've been in first place since. But the Giants won't go away. And the Giants continue to be hot. Now Ellis and Greinke need to get on the same page.
Where the Giants pitching is a little bit in better order and better health right now. The Dodgers trying to figure out who's going to pitch against the Giants. Giants will probably have Bumgarner, Hudson, and Peavy. The Dodgers will definitely have Greinke and Kershaw, but then a question mark.
2 balls and no strikes to John Baker. Now it's 2-1.
Peavy has really turned out to be a nice acquisition for the Giants.
Greinke about to throw his 81st pitch with just 1 out here in the 4th. The 2-1. Uribe freezes the runner, and Baker's retired. Second out of the 4th inning, and here's Yoshi Wada coming up.
You know, Charlie, Nomar, there are guys that when the ball's hit to them, you watch because you're not sure. And then there are guys that they're hit to and you just put your head down and mark the scorecard. 5-3 is real easy to put your head down.
Juan Uribe over there, yeah.
It is so enjoyable to watch him work before games, taking ground balls at third. Has unbelievably quick hands.
The only time I keep watching him is when he's making that spectacular play where he's going to his left, diving and gets up, and spins and throws. But other than that, when he catches a routine, when I'm just putting my head down, I've got 5-3 written in the book before he even gets the ball to Adrian.
But like Charlie said, fun to watch work. The key is there he works at it.
Yeah.
If this doesn't come, he doesn't take it for granted that he's got incredible hands over there.
If we didn't have 2 outs, Nomar, you might want to get into what work is, because we watch guys take ground balls and it's kind of right at them and it's 15-20 and they're just kind of like days and they go, okay, there's my day. And then there's the guys that take them to the left, take them to the right, do the double play, throw across the diamond from deep,
And that's the key.
Play
that's
the chopper.
That's the work, and you get into routine, and then you see guys that say, okay, they may know, and I had trouble yesterday on that ground ball to my right, just didn't feel right. Give me a little extra there, maybe 5 to 10 extra that I usually won't.
A lot of swings and misses. Now he's got the quickest hands you've ever seen, Uribe. Now we're in Denver the other night, and in the hotel where you have to stick the card into the elevator in order to get to the floor. Now the elevator's going up, and he can't get his card out of his pocket.
But he get the ball out of the glove with the best of them.
I say, Uribe, you got the quickest hands in the Western Hemisphere, and you can't get to your own floor.
So you're saying he was just riding up and down the elevator?
If they would put his card on a baseball, I bet you'd get it out quick.
My assumption is he eventually got to the right floor because he's with us tonight.
Or just slept on the elevator.
He couldn't find the key card from his pocket. Everybody left the elevator and then presumably on the way down into short right side. Kemp makes the catch, and that will end the inning. No runs and 1 base hit. And we'll go to the 5th. Cubs 2-0. Van Slyke, Uribe, and Ellis will bat against that man. Yoshi Wada has had the Dodgers where he wants them. He's given up 3 hits. He has struck out 5. Dodgers have had 1 base runner reach as far as third base. And Scott Van Slyke will lead it off. Wada being the last batter up. Came out a little late to complete his warm-up tosses, which he just has. Van Slyke starting tonight with the lefty Wada on the hill. And Carl Crawford, as hot as he has been over the past 6 weeks, watching from the first base dugout. Van Slyke flied to center in his first at bat. Dodgers with 3 hits, and all of them came in the 4th, and still came up empty. Van Slyke with 11 home runs, 24 runs batted in. And a diving stab by Baez, but all he does is keep it in the infield, and Van Slyke's got himself a base hit.
Now here's a huge opportunity. You get the leadoff runner on base, and it's like it's a nice base hit. Now it's a matter of that situational hitting. Let's see if the Dodgers can string some things together to get at least 1 run across.
Well, they had the leadoff hitter Gordon get on in the 4th inning. And successive singles by Puig and Gonzalez. That was after Gordon got picked off. 1st and 3rd, 1 out. Kemp struck out, then Ramirez struck out. So that's their only scoring opportunity of the night. Uribe takes high and outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Juan walked in his first at bat. Ozzie Guillen, great player in his day, of course, manager of the White Sox for so long. His favorite player was Juan Uribe. 2 balls, no strikes.
They both played with, their emotions on their sleeve. Ozzie was that emotional, fiery leader as a player and then as a manager.
And managed Uribe.
After the win and the loss, Charlie and Nomar, a manager, when I was pitching coach for Buck Showalter, one of the first things they grade themselves on after the win and the loss and managing of the bullpen is that where their handprint was on the lineup. How did that guy do? And today, Don Mattingly, that handprint is Scott Van Slyke. You've got what everybody kind of knows is the common everyday lineup. And then you've got the adjustments, the daily adjustments, or the get the team going adjustments, or the matchups. And like the other day, he put Darwin Barney in the leadoff hole. Well, right. Darwin got on, what, 3 times?
He was on 3 times, right? I mean, that was one we were going, we were asking, why Darwin Barney at the leadoff spot, and he had some reasons, and he did his job.
It's just one of the places that the managers and, of course, the media and the front office staff evaluate the managers on when they put their handprint on that lineup.
3-2 to Uribe, who walked for just the 15th time in his first at bat and thought he should have walked again.
And that ball looked a little low. We saw that replay there.
On 3-2, Van Slyke stays put, and Uribe with a fly ball to left. Well hit and off the top of the wall. Now Uribe better hurry to get to second base, and he is out. He hit the ball so hard, a perfect ricochet for Coghlan. Uribe out at second. Van Slyke is at third.
Well, he gets a ball up and he crushes this, and right there, you know what, right there as he's watching it might be the determining factor why he's thrown out at second base, because he didn't just bust it right out of the box in that one little step, and when he notices it wasn't, that's when he turned it on. And I'll tell you, the other thing is with him not busting out of the box as he's watching it, it didn't get him the proper angle to take a good turn around first base. because he was kind of going up the line rather than right out of the box, recognizing it's going to be for extra base hits, that you start getting your angle to go to second. And a great throw out there by Coughlin, and it gets him.
If you busted out of the box,
right there. He's got to run hard and start taking that angle right out of the box where you're going to prepare for your turn. And he was in and he didn't do that, and that cost him.
Punched out by second base umpire Hal Tripp Gibson.
This used to be one of the hardest fields in all of baseball to make turns around the bases because it was so crowned with the old drainage system. But then years ago they put in a new drainage system where now the field is flat. But you used to sit in the Wrigley Field dugouts when it used to be crowned, and you could not barely see the right fielder or the left fielder depending on what dugout you were in. You'd come around third, and if you were being held up by the third base coach, you'd take a somersault into their bench, trying to stop.
So Van Slyke at third base with one out. And the Dodgers again scratching their heads, wondering what coulda, shoulda, woulda. To the right side, Van Slyke will come in to score. Fielder's choice, an RBI for Ellis. The Dodgers are on the board. It is now 2-1 Cubs.
Infield back. A.J. Ellis understanding how important that run is. He's just playing pepper with the right side of the infield. Watch this swing right here, how short it is and compact. He cuts it off right at his front hip to just finish it. He was just going to block the ball to the middle part of the field, especially the right side and the right side, so he didn't get out front and swing and miss.
Well, the Dodgers in the fourth inning, 3 hits in a row, failed to score. 2 hits here in the fifth. At least they get 1 in, but 2 out, and Greinke coming up. As the season winds down to a precious 10 games, including tonight, innings become that much more important, and opportunities to score in games that really matter. Dodgers within 1. Greinke struck out in his first at bat. The 78th pitch from Wada. 1-2.
Wada definitely has a pattern on how he's attacking the hitters, and the Dodgers should pick up on it real quick. I was real surprised. That's why we saw the hits come. But we have not really seen the big hits come yet, but I think they're really starting to understand where he's pitching, that, you know, the bigger hitters, he's trying to get the ball in on them, and the other guys, he's pretty much pitching them away and soft. Starting to pick up on it, but they haven't gotten the big damage.
Ball and 2 strikes with 2 out in the fifth. Watkins in short right field. 1 run, 2 hits, nobody left at the halfway mark after 4.5. Cubs 2 and the Dodgers 1. The fifth, it'll be the top of the order for the Cubs. Dodgers and Giants, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. On Tuesday night, September 23rd, be one of the first 40,000 fans in attendance. And you will take home a sleeved blanket. Certainly use one here tonight. Presented by your SoCal Honda dealers. For tickets to the game and all games in the rivalry series, visit Dodgers.com/tickets. Greinke's got the top of the order for the Cubs, beginning with Chris Coghlan. Who is 2 for 2 tonight. Cubs now have bullpen activity. And the left field line. That's Justin Grimm.
And with where the Cubs are in the batting order, and he's throwing in earnest, Wada might be done.
Wada has thrown 80 pitches, and again, they've been hinting around here in Chicago that this may well be his last start of the year.
It's interesting because 2 of our first 3 hitters are left-handed next inning. D. Gordon and Adrian Gonzalez in the 3-hole. Maybe they have Wada pitch to D. Gordon and then switch if he gets on.
Or now, Oral, for Zach Greinke, how important is it to try to have a quick inning here after your team just scores a run?
You know, those shutdown innings are important.
Well, the way Renteria was patting Wada on the back, may well be his last pitch thrown. He's getting congratulations. So Coghlan down on strikes. 5th strikeout for Greinke. That's the first out of the 5th inning. Now Baez, who's walked and popped out. A free swinger, 77 strikeouts in 170 at-bats. So he's playing it short. They've got Starlin Marte, who at the moment's watching the game. And the Cubs picked up Addison Russell in the trade. That, well, that kid can, when he makes contact and get a hold of it. I was going to say Addison Russell, the guy that they picked up in the Samardzija deal from the Athletics, they think may be the best of the litter.
I'm going to go out on a limb, and if he ever makes an all-star team, he's going to be in the home run derby.
That swing, the way they have it now, I don't even think you have to make an all-star team. You can still be put in the home run derby, and they put those captains who get to choose. And if anybody is a captain and they know about Baez, they might say, yeah, I might pick him. And they go, why? Just watch his swing. It's like Prince Fielder. Prince Fielder, who just takes a swing and just does not get cheated, and it looks like he's going to throw his back out every time he swings.
I'm trying to think if I've ever seen anybody swing harder
than Prince.
Oh, this kid.
Well, Sheffield immediately comes to mind.
But Sheffield a little bit more in control. But yeah, as far as a fast bat and swing hard, yeah, Sheffield, you're right.
Vladimir Guerrero.
Vladdy.
Yeah, he took a big, but he swung at everything and hit everything.
Yeah.
Oh.
It actually seems like when they swing and miss, they're swinging harder, huh?
Yeah. The ball slowed them down when they make contact.
The great right fielder that played here in Montreal, Andre Dawson, swung pretty doggone hard.
An MVP winner on a bad team. So his name inevitably comes up. To the right side. Gordon can't get it. First and third. Normally, that's a play that D. Gordon makes. But now the Cubs have runners at the corners and one out.
This is one of those where, you know, you notice that your first baseman doesn't get it, and you're not really worried about it. You're focused on the ball, but it looked like he might have just taken his eyes off it just a hair right at the end and wasn't able to get his glove down. Just didn't get it down far enough. And that's not like D. Gordon. That's going to be one that if you ask D. Gordon, he says, I should have made that play.
It goes as a base hit for Valbuena. The Dodgers, who just scored a run in the top of the fifth, desperately want to have the Cubs be held to serve here. They've changed the call to an error.
Don't they know I'm scoring in pen?
My guess is they don't care. I'm going out on the limb.
I know.
I think they care, Oral. I think they care, but I think they're going to come around with some white out for you, though.
First and third, one out. Soler 1 for 2.
That hurts the Dodgers in more than one way, too, because with Zach Greinke not being real efficient with his pitches, now at 98, that error by D. Gordon just lengthens this inning. Maybe they give up a run because of it, and it extends his pitch count and makes him go to the bullpen a little bit earlier.
Oh, by the way, Oral, you don't have to erase it. I hope you haven't had the white out yet, because I think they just switched it back to a base hit. So I just wanted to let you know. You're okay. They must have heard you say, don't you know you're scoring in pen?
1 ball and 1 strike. 2-1. First there is a mountain, and there is no mountain, then there is. Wow.
Nomar, you just mentioned about the shutdown inning for Zach Greinke, and now here we are that Zach was doing his best. He didn't help him out. Now he's building a count where the Cubs are really in good shape.
2-1 to Soler. Ryan Kalish, a left-handed batter on deck. Still nothing doing in the Dodger bullpen.
And this is really where you could use a disappearing slider if you're Zach. Just one that looks like a fastball on the outer half, nice and juicy, and then is really sharp, biting down, get the swing and miss, or even a ground ball double play.
2-1. Soler 1 for 2. Lines up base hit into left. Baez comes in to score, and the Cubs take a 3-1 lead. So the error hurts Greinke and the Dodgers.
I'm not a big fan of the pitch selection with a hitter's count, and a guy that's very aggressive, a good professional hitter. He's already shown in his last at bat that he can handle the fastball in. So if you're going in there, you actually have to get it in off the plate to jam him, because he's shown with those open hips and those quick hands that he can handle the ball in the inner half.
Kalish 1 for 2.
And they had Paco Rodriguez down there. Looked like he was getting the call to hurry up and get ready and get on the mound.
And now he finally does. Kalish 0 for 2. Attempted sacrifice, didn't work out too well, and he struck out. And now Greinke at 102 pitches. The Dodgers back on their heels again. Valbuena at second. Soler at first. The error by Gordon costs. Slowly hit up the first base line and foul. So errors tonight, uncharacteristic ones at that, for Gonzalez and Gordon. Gonzalez erred, did not hurt. Valbuena got one past Gonzalez in the third inning, and he tried to go to second base. And Matt Kemp with his 4th outfield assist of the month.
How's the infield dirt here, Nomar, over the years? Pretty consistent?
Yeah, the dirt has been pretty consistent. I said it's more, like I said, it goes back just to the grass. I didn't mind playing here because as an infielder, it was nice where it was it kind of slowed down a little bit.
into short left field, and that's going to drop in for a base hit. And for a moment, third base coach Gary Jones was flirting with the notion of sending Valbuena home, and so now the bases are loaded with one out.
Gets it off the end of the bat and just the right placement here, and you see the third base coach wanting to wave him in, but I'll tell you what, it might have been the smart play to hold up there. You know, sometimes you run through signs and sometimes you just ignore them and it works out. So this right now for the Cubs, that's their 4th straight hit, all singles.
I think Gary Jones got fooled down there as the third base coach of the Cubs, because the rule of thumb is if the outfielder doesn't have the ball, you send the runner, but he forgot how shallow the ball was hit.
Yeah, he doesn't have
been throwing it from shortstop.
Yeah, but when he gets to the ball, he's behind short, hold him up.
Yeah.
Bases are loaded. Olt has a double and 2 at-bats and a fly ball to deep right field. Back goes Kemp, and he will track it down on the warning track. In to score is Valbuena. Going from second to third is Soler on the sacrifice fly by Mike Olt. And now the Cubs have a 3-1 lead. Make it 4.
Fastball up that Olt gives a ride, and it looks like the wind, even though it's kind of swirling right now, it's starting to blow in a little bit against those fly balls. Knock that one down.
Honeycutt looking down, watching Paco Rodriguez work. 0-1 to Watkins, who is 0 for 2.
Zach Greinke made the last out, so if they would happen to make a pitching change, it wouldn't be about batting order, it'd just be about who do they want to get out and who do they want to do it.
Well, Watkins obviously a left-handed batter, so is Baker, who's on deck, and a foul back.
I think in the shot of Rick Honeycutt, we saw him pointing to the bullpen and then pointing towards the Cub on deck circle like that is your batter, so Paco Rodriguez can time his warm-ups. Looks like they're going to give Zach Greinke finish this batter at 107 pitches, but in my experience, what Rick was motioning to the bullpen to tell Paco was is this is last hitter for Zach.
So be ready. Watkins has bounced to first and flied to right. Justin Grimm, a right-hander, is warming up in the Cub bullpen. And for the Dodgers at this point, it's been a grim fairy tale. Outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Trailing the Cubs 4-1. Having come from Colorado, where the Rockies took 2 of 3. Now on the short end of a 4-1 score in the bottom of the 5th here at Wrigley Field. Dodgers at this point have been held to a run and 5 base hits. The Cubs 4 runs and 9 hits. First and third, 2 out outside. So Lair at third, Kalish at first, and the Dodgers down by 3. Greinke's 111th pitch. And we're still in the 5th inning. He's been pitching behind batters most of the night.
I mean, he really either doesn't have a good feel for his breaking stuff, or he's doing something because he's guarding against some discomfort he's having, because we have not seen the outstanding slider. We haven't seen the hard curveball. When he's gone to a breaking ball, it's really pretty much been the slower curveball, and then his other off-speed pitch, the changeup.
Popped up, short center field. Out goes Ramirez in front of Puig. He makes the catch, and the inning is over. So Greinke gives up a couple of more runs, and we'll go to the 6th. Cubs lead the Dodgers 4-1.
One lead, Hanley Ramirez making the 3rd out of the last inning. You know, Hanley Ramirez hasn't started the last couple of games dealing with elbow strain, but he is back in this game, obviously, in the starting lineup. And the team as a whole is better when Hanley Ramirez is in there. You can take a look at some of the numbers with and without Hanley. Look at the record when he's in the lineup. 116-74 compared to at a push, 62 and 62. Los Angeles scoring almost a run more in the game when he's in it than when he's not in it. And of course the home run total is better with Hanley Ramirez in it also. So he's certainly dealt with a series of issues this year, guys. He's having difficulty staying on the field. Don Mattingly saying it's much harder on Hanley than it is on the team because they have other guys that are able to step up and carry the weight. But for Hanley, the stopping and starting has been the most difficult for him, guys.
So Hanley Ramirez and the Dodgers on the short end of a 4-1 score as we head to the top half of the 6th, and the Cubs have a new pitcher and right-hander Justin Grimm, his 69th appearance, an ERA just short of 4, but opposing hitters hitting .228 against him. He is striking out a little more than 1 per inning. Top of the order for the Dodgers as we begin the 6th. D. Gordon, an infield hit in 2 at-bats. Yoshi Wada, a solid start in what is likely his last start of the season for the Cubs. Zach Greinke, in all likelihood, has pitched his final inning, and it was not a terrific outing tonight. 112 pitches. It's the highest pitch count he's had this year. Gordon takes inside. Wada, 5 innings, 1 run, and 5 hits. 1 strikeout. Correct, 1 walk and 5 strikeouts. 1-1 to Gordon. We begin the 6th. D with his infield hit in the 4th. 53rd of the year. He leads the major leagues by a wide margin in that category as he takes a strike. And it's 2-2.
Just like we said, it was important for Zach Greinke to go out there with that shutdown inning. It's important for the Dodgers to kind of strike back as quick as possible here. This is not like being down early in the game. This is late in the game. And so every arm from this point forward, coming out of the Cubs bullpen, is going to be a flamethrower and is going to be a tougher hombre than the last.
3-2 to Gordon.
And where last year the Cubs had 90 mile an hour, 91 mile an hour coming out of their pen. Now they've got 93, 94, 96 coming out. And there's flames coming out of that pen.
Seems like everybody's like that nowadays.
6-3, 210. Grimm is fouled off to the left. Grimm made just 10 appearances last year.
And Nomar, it's pretty well documented that the Dodgers struggle against the guys who throw above 93.
We've said that every time when a starting pitcher who averages about 94, 95 miles an hour. We've talked about that, you and I, Oral, that those guys that really bring the heat. And that's an adjustment as a team they have to recognize. They have to recognize that, okay, if a guy's throwing harder, I need to shorten up. I need to make the adjustment.
I think that goes hand in hand with trying to score runs after the 7th inning when they're in those tight games, just looking for one run. That takes a different kind of swing, different kind of approach.
3-2 to Gordon. Tough hop handled easily by Oak, 1 out. Again, the Giants are off tonight. The Dodgers have a 2-game lead on San Francisco, 2 in the loss column. Dodgers last 2 games coming into this one outscored by Colorado 26-6 and out hit 30-25. And tonight trailing 4-2. Being out hit 9-5.
We're in for some nail biters against San Francisco if this lead stays at 2 or less.
Puig 1 for 2. His last at bat, he roped a single to left. And over the past month, Puig with just 1 home run, 3 runs batted in, and barely hitting 200. Gonzalez on deck. With 1 out in the 6th. Into center field. And it's going to be caught by Kalish. Sounded like Puig sacrificed that bat in that at bat. 2 out.
It sounded like he got in on him, and sometimes you have a tendency to jam yourself when you're struggling, even if it's a ball usually you barrel up. Sometimes we talk about how batters can get long. Sometimes I've been talking about how his front shoulder's flying now and is creating that long bat, and when you're going long through the zone, even that's a ball that you can usually barrel up, you jam yourself.
Gonzalez 1 for 2. 2 out, 6th inning. Just foul.
Seems counterintuitive to think that I'm going to be jammed if my front shoulder flies out.
Right. I know exactly, because you're thinking, okay, that's often why you fly out, because you're trying to get the barrel there quicker. But it really that doesn't happen, because your barrel ends up dropping. It does lengthen the swing.
It bars out your top arm.
You want to try to stay in there. That front shoulder is long, and get the barrel out in front to hit that one that's inside.
No balls and a strike, and Gonzalez makes another one. It's 0-2. Not a wholesale shift on Gonzalez, but the third baseman Valbuena standing about where the shortstop does. As Gonzalez foul tips it, and the shortstop Baez is maybe 8 or 10 steps to the third base side of second base.
The most conservative shift we've probably seen all year against Adrian. Really not a complete shift, like you say, Charlie. And this could be the most liberal time that you would have it with 2 out, nobody on, thinking that Adrian's going to be going for an extra base hit.
And Kalish in center field is directly behind Baez. 0-2 to Gonzalez.
And this might be really the Cubs going off of Grimm's spray chart, because he throws 94, 95, 96 compared to the spray chart of Adrian Gonzalez. And I always played it that way too. I wanted to see not only the hitter spray chart, I wanted to see my spray chart.
There were so many times I would ask, if we were playing a shift or really move, I'd ask the pitcher, are you okay with it? You tell me.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
I'd have advanced scouts, and don't mean to say this egotistically, but I have advanced scouts tell me, he's a really good breaking ball hitter. And the first thing out of my mouth would be, not my breaking ball.
Right. Right, exactly. And
I want to see how he reacts to this one.
And it's interesting, is good catchers, and I'm sure you know, who are running your pitchers meetings, and they're talking, they'll say, okay, this guy you can throw a breaking ball to, or you can't throw a breaking ball to, but he'll go to each individual pitcher. You can.
Here's the 1-2 from Grimm. Grimm came over from the Texas Rangers in the deal that sent Matt Garza over there last year. So did Mike Olt, the first baseman. He was part of that trade as well. So the Cubs sending Garza to Texas. Well, their pitcher at the moment is a former Ranger, and so too is their first baseman.
If the Cubs are a contender next year, it's going to be interesting to watch how all the pieces got here. That's going to be a complicated article.
The 1-2. Well, again, they're in the process of transitioning, and Lord knows they've needed a lot of transitioning. The late great Jack Brickhouse, longtime voice of the Cubs, even before Harry Caray, talked about the Cubs so many years losing 1 year after. Said anybody can have a bad century. They're hoping it's not going to be a second one. Gonzalez takes a called 3rd strike. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Dodgers trail by 3. Get a great deal on this month's $6 footlong special. The Italian BMT or the $3 Super 6-inch Select. The Sweet Onion Chicken Teriyaki. Subway. Eat fresh. A chilly night in Chicago, and it's getting chillier for the Dodgers. Trailing 4-1 as we go to the bottom of the 6th. Paco Rodriguez is now on in relief. Of course, he's just coming back from that back muscle, the same kind of injury that sidelined Kershaw for about 5 starts. Paco's 15th appearance. And of course, he has historically been tough on left-handers. And John Baker leading it off. Pedro Baez is now warming in the Dodger bullpen. Strike, 0-1. We mentioned early in the broadcast, Oral and Nomar, that 10 games left, including tonight. 4 of the 10 with Greinke and Kershaw. Well, tonight, Greinke leaves on the losing side of the ledger. And so when you at least budget in your head how these final 10 games are going to play themselves out, you're thinking and hoping that Kershaw and Greinke can deliver the goods.
And if you narrow the equation even further, you look at the Dodgers 16 games above 500 when Clayton Kershaw pitches. And then when anybody else pitches, not that good. 4 games over.
Dodgers on the year 86 and 66. And Kershaw's 19 and 3.
So if this is the Greinke start, which it is, and you happen to lose this one, it puts a lot of pressure on Dan Herron. Clayton Kershaw tomorrow. Roberto Hernandez on Saturday.
And Sunday we'll see.
Possibly Johnny Holstaff.
Baker takes a call, 3rd strike from Paco Rodriguez, and that is the first out of the 6th inning. Once the Dodgers presumably get into the postseason, this is how Kershaw and Greinke have fared against the other teams. And then there are the other guys.
Now, those numbers would tell you that no matter what series they get into, it's going to be a nail biter, because you're going to have a lot of pressure in the Kershaw-Greinke series games, and then Dan Herron, Roberto Hernandez, and whoever else might get to start. But you're really going to need deep innings from Kershaw and Greinke, 7, 8, 9 innings, to protect the bullpen, to be able to go to the bullpen early in games 3 and 4 if you wanted to start matching up after the 5th.
Junior Lake pinch hitting with 1 out in the 6th. Well, the Braves famously went with Spahn and Sain and pray for rain. And then Lou Burdette came along. Two balls and no strikes to Junior Lake, pinch hitting for Grimm.
And I think as we talk about the rotation, I think it really shows how valuable Ryu has been to this Dodger ball club and this rotation. Kind of been underrated, but let's not forget he was the guy who really stepped it up when Kershaw was injured early in the season. He was almost like the ace of the staff,
savior / stopper.
Right.
He's 14 and 7, Reed.
And then you turn around, you look at Dan Herron, he's 13 and 10.
Right.
Rick Honeycutt has had to weave his way through injuries and workloads and rainouts and double headers. Now it's really come to a head with Beckett, Ryu, and Mulholland. Lots of injuries.
And how about just Herron just grabbing the ball every 5th day? I mean, him going out there and the importance. You know, he had those times where he struggled, but the fact that he's out there grabbing the ball and giving up innings.
Talk radio was running him out of town.
Right. And we're like, wait a minute here. He definitely adds some value, and now you're even seeing his value down the stretch and how important it is and the depth that this staff needed to complete a season.
33,649 watching this one on a chilly Thursday night in Chicago. 3-2 to Lake with 1 out in the 6th. Well hit to left. And the Dodgers are happy it's hooking foul.
Well, that showed you the direction of the wind too, because that ball, Scott Van Slyke ran over to the corner like he had a shot at it, and that ball ended up 50 feet into the stand, so the wind is really howling from the right field fence to the left field line.
Three and two with one out. Paco Rodriguez walks pinch hitter Junior Lake. Now here's Chris Coughlin. Began the game with a single to center and would come around to score on a Valbuena single. And Soler would single home Javier Baez. First four batters tonight for the Cubs got on, and two of the four scored. Paco misses outside. Coughlin in his first year with the Cubs. Some fans may forget he was the National League Rookie of the Year with the Marlins when he hit .321 in 2009. Quick toss, and Lake is back. It's getting late early for the Dodgers. Down 4-1. One out in the sixth. 1-2. Lined into the glove of Hanley Ramirez. Lake was too far off the bag, and a double play. So we'll go to the seventh. Dodgers have 9 outs left. They trail by 3. Kemp, Ramirez, and Van Slyke are coming up. Now on in relief for the Cubs. He was another one who came over in that Matt Garza deal. You see the first baseman behind him. Mike Holt was one, and Justin Grimm, who pitched the 6th inning, came over in the deal for Garza. Now have a look at the Arco top-tier play of the game. And that came in the 3rd inning. After Valbuena poked one past Adrian Gonzalez. Kemp had Gonzalez's back covered, and a perfect throw. Valbuena trying to go from first to second. That is your top-tier play of the game, brought to you by Arco. Kemp tonight is 0 for 2. Dodgers trailing it 4-1.
Oftentimes, and I've heard you talk about it, Charlie, small bites when you're behind. Right now for the Dodgers, they're getting that inning where you can still have small bites here. So it's important to try to get at least one if you can to tighten that lead. But it would be nice to see if they can put up a couple right here.
The Cub pitchers over their last 36 innings of work have given up a grand total of 2 runs. Kemp is fly to center, struck out swinging, takes outside and low, 1 ball, no strikes. Here's another flamethrower, Ramirez. 96. He's 25 from Virginia Beach. 6'4" and 190. Well, that is smoked. And that is caught. Well, the wind just cost Kemp a home run. Chris Coughlin by the garage door.
And that's the reason right there that ball was caught. We were talking about it. I know people are like, really, does the wind, is that really a factor here? And it is, because Matt got all of that. He squared that up, and as a hitter, you've hit enough where you're going, all right, I got that one. That's getting out of the ballpark, and then it's just so demoralizing when you see it get caught. At the very least, you're hoping get off the wall. Okay, it didn't go out for me, but I get a base hit out of it. But instead, it's just a long out.
And a loud one. Ramirez 0 for 2 has been struck out twice, fouls it back, and it's 0-1.
And the real demoralizing thing is if you've got hard throwers coming in 94 to 96, 97 miles an hour, a lot of times if you hit them, the ball's going to be in the air.
Right, and
it's doubly hard now to get hits.
And often what's also demoralizing, you're going, okay, the harder they throw, the farther it goes. The old cliche, which is true, and it still doesn't go out for you.
Ramirez lines one, past the second baseman. Watkins into right. So Kemp nearly hits one out, but Mother Nature got in the way of that, and Ramirez just hit it too hard past Watkins. So the Dodgers' first 2 hitters have smoked it.
Well, that was a nice approach by Hanley Ramirez. We were talking about that. What gets him started? He gets that barrel on top of the ball, the good top hand. Oh, remember that bat? I told you I like the way he fouled the ball off to right. He hit it hard, but it was over the dugout. And you know what? That bat, that foul ball set up this one right here. Because when you have a good one, you square it up and you're late, you can speed the bat up, and it was a good job.
Carl Crawford pinch hitting for Scott Van Slyke. Van Slyke started instead of Crawford tonight with the lefty Wada going. Van Slyke was 1 for 2 and scored the only Dodger run of the evening. Crawford takes outside and low, 1 ball and no strikes. Uribe on deck. Dodgers down by 3. Crawford gets aboard. Uribe's a tying run at the plate. There goes the runner, lined into right field for a base hit. Ramirez will go to third. Crawford will hold at first. First 3 batters of the inning have not been fooled by the fastball of Neil Ramirez.
So now you know how even more frustrating that long out by Matt Kemp has become there due to the wind. But great at bat by Hanley Ramirez. Another great at bat by Carl Crawford. Still hot, swinging a good bat. Off speed pitch, stays on it, and lucky for the Dodgers that it also goes off the glove, because that was an easy double play as Hanley was running on that pitch.
Crawford hitting better than .420. since August the 10th. Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, going to go out and talk to Ramirez, and at the moment nobody's warming up in the bullpen. Kemp said Coughlin all the way to the wall, and a hard smash. It was cut down by the wind. Ramirez single to right past a diving Logan Watkins. Looked like actually it was a catchable ball for Watkins, but it got past him. It was rifled. And then Crawford with a hard single, and Kemp was thinking what might have been. And so here's Uribe, who has singled, and he hit one high off the wall in left. A slow start out of the box and tried to go to second base, be thrown out by Coughlin. Ramirez at third base. Crawford at first. And Uribe is the tying run at the plate. 9 home runs and 46 runs batted in for Juan Uribe. Crawford couldn't tell how far away it went away from John Baker, so he's still at first base.
Interesting block. Baker, this goes through the wickets, but as he wraps his legs around his body, now deflects over towards third base, and when it's coming at you at third base, it's a lot easier to tell what's going on, how far away it's going to get away.
Hanley Ramirez at third. Carl Crawford is at first with 1 out. Dodgers are percolating here in the 7th inning. Crawford back standing up.
Ramirez got a visit from Bosio, and it wasn't a delay visit to get the bullpen going. Nobody's up. It didn't seem like it was a strategy visit because they know Juan Uribe was in the starting lineup. It seemed like it was more a confidence visit and to tell him the situation they still believed in him.
Line, Watkins bobbles, everybody's safe. In to score is Ramirez. It's 4-2. An error. Uribe gets the RBI. Ramirez scores. It's 4-2.
Man, that's a tough RBI because that ball was scalded. The 4th hard hit in this inning by the Dodgers. I mean, Juan just crushes that ball. Fortunately for the Dodgers, they are able to get him on, get a run in. I mean, seeing it there in slow motion, you're thinking, ah, she has to make that play. But when you see that in real speed and how hard that was really hit at him, it wasn't an easy play.
So 2 balls really smoked at Watkins. The line drive single to right by Ramirez. An attempted dive by Watkins, and he was a little slow to the dance. That one hit right at him. An error. Uribe gets the run batted in. It's 4-2. Renteria keeps his bullpen quiet. And Andre Ethier is coming up to pinch hit for A.J. Ellis. So the first 4 batters here in the 7th inning. One's hit the ball harder than the next. Ethier's a pinch hitter this year, 276, 8 for 29. Checks his swing. Nope.
They start him off with a break ball because Andre is one of those hitters. He's streaky, but when he knows a pitcher's probably has to back into only 1 speed, that's when Andre's his best. He has trouble with guys who have large variance in speed. If he can go with 1 swing and 1 approach, he can really barrel it up.
Ethier takes inside.
And you can see the league knows, the Cubs know that about Andre because they start him out with back-to-back breaking balls, which is not really Ramirez's strength. His strength is his 96-mile-an-hour fastball. If he went with predominantly that, Andre's got a tendency to catch up to those.
Well, the Dodgers have smoked 4 fastballs in a row. Ball and a strike. Into left center field. And that is going to knock in Crawford. Arriving at second base is Ethier. It is now 4-3. 5 batters in a row, one line drive after another.
Well, Nomar Andre looked like he was sitting dead red even when he was check swinging on the breaking balls, and they finally came with a fastball.
Well, you're exactly right. And Andre and you know what's great is he didn't pull off this ball. This was a fastball. He stays down through it. He drives it the other way into the left center gap. And I'll tell you, they threw him that curveball. You're expecting fastball on the very first pitch, but I loved on the second curveball his balance. He was staying back, his timing, ready for that fastball. He gets it. And all of the Dodgers hitters so far that have just teed off on that fastball.
Justin Turner to pinch hit. Haven't been many better pinch hitters than this guy this year, and runners in scoring position. Hitting .424. Second and third. The infield playing back, and now John Baker's going to go talk to Ramirez. And only now is the Cub bullpen beginning to shuffle around a little bit. Kemp began the inning. A scalding line drive to the wall in left center. If the wind's not blowing in, that ball's going out. It was a long, loud out. And Ramirez, hard hit base hit to right. Crawford, pinch hit, hard hit to right. Uribe, hard liner to the second baseman Watkins. And that was an error. Kept the inning going. Ellis, pinch hit for, and Ethier delivers a double. So double barrel action in the Cub bullpen. Question is, what took so long?
Looks like we have Brian Schlitter and Wesley Wright warming up for the Cubs.
Slowly hit to third. This is going to tie the score. Turner, fielder's choice. In to score is Uribe. Third run of the seventh. It's a new game. The Dodgers and Cubs are tied at 4.
Justin Turner says that the pitcher is always in trouble when he goes up there in big situations, and his ability to relax, his relaxation comes first and foremost with the finger wiggle when he's up there at the plate. He just did a good job putting it in play and making sure he gets the RBI.
Best season of his career. 2 out. Cubs are forced to pinch the corners in the infield with Gordon at the plate. D takes a strike, 0-1.
Well, they're trying to take away that bunt because they know D. Gordon will lay down one at any time.
Ethier at the third base. He's the lead run. Gordon base hit into left field. Ethier comes in to score. Gordon delivers. He's on his way to second base. He's got a double, and the Dodgers have a lead, 5-4.
Well, the feeling of that 16-2 defeat yesterday just got washed away. Now it's about this game and finishing off a victory. What a great comeback late in this game. Going against the hard-throwing bullpen of the Cubs, they show they can hit people that throw above 93, 94 miles an hour, and they do it in the nick of time right here with D. Gordon with that clutch 2-out base hit.
Well, Ramirez throws hard, but he throws straight.
I've been so impressed with the Dodgers having 7 straight quality at-bats this inning.
Shorter swings.
Yep. Exactly right. We were just talking about that. What's the adjustment? The approach?
Here's Puig, the 8th batter of the inning. 1 for 3 tonight. Dodgers lead for the first time. And Puig with a line drive into center field. Here comes Gordon. Throw to the plate's going to be cut off. Puig delivers, and the Dodgers lead 6-4. It took a while for this offense to wake up tonight. But here in the 7th, it has. Puig with 2 hits tonight. Knocks in his 63rd run.
Once this one, Yasiel stays on. We were talking about his approach, or about him pulling off the ball. That one, he did not pull off the ball, especially with a fastball coming that hard. That's the reason why he gets a solid base hit right back up the middle. And the excitement in the Dodger dugout. I mean, just quality at bat after quality at bat.
And the end of the line for Neil Ramirez. Adrian Gonzalez will hit when we come back, and the Dodgers lead it by 2. His 57th appearance. ERA just a shade over 3, and he will be facing Adrian Gonzalez against a Cub team that had given up 2 runs in 36 innings coming into this inning. And they've given up 5 runs in 2/3 of an inning here in the 7th. The Dodgers lead at 6-4. Gonzalez with Puig at first, and Adrian takes low and outside, 1 ball and no strikes. So Neil Ramirez comes in, pitched 2/3 of an inning. Gives up 5 runs and 5 hits. The error by Logan Watkins opening the door. So only 1 of the 5 runs statistically earned, but the Dodgers could care less. There were a couple of plays hit at Watkins that one was an error, and one just, he was too slow to the switch, and it went into right field. 2 balls and no strikes to Adrian Gonzalez. Well, that chant didn't go very far. 2-0. Outside 3 balls and no strikes.
And before this inning started, the Cub fans were getting ready for a resounding rendition of "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." I'm not sure if they'll be in the singing mood after this half inning.
Nah, they're used to it. 3 balls and no strikes. Kemp on deck. As Jack Brickhouse, hey said, anybody can have a bad century. They didn't figure on 2. Brickhouse, a longtime voice of the Cubs, and then Harry Carey famously took over. Into center field, and that will end the inning. But the Dodgers come up with 5 runs and take a 6-4 lead. First lead of the night. And now the Dodgers feeling a whole lot better about themselves than they have in about 48 hours. Pedro Baez now has a 2-run lead to work with and to protect in his 16th big league appearance. 19 in the third innings, 14 strikeouts, an ERA of under 2, opposing hitters hitting less than 200, and the Dodgers are just thrilled with the work he has given them since being called up. Carl Crawford comes in, he pinch hits for Van Slyke, delivers a base hit, and Drew Butera is behind the plate. It was Ethier who pinch hit for Ellis, and Andre delivered a pinch hit as the Dodgers score 5 in the 7th inning. And Javier Baez against Pedro Baez here in the 7th. One ball and no strikes. Baez tonight has walked and scored 2 of the 4 Cub runs. Valbuena on deck. Soler to follow. Got under it. He's not cheated by his swing.
There's not a lot of people going to the restroom or the concession stand when he comes up to the plate. It's must-watch TV. Now, he might not hit it, but it's going to be a fun at bat to watch.
Born in Puerto Rico, lives in Jacksonville. 6 foot, 190 pounds. Off the glove of Uribe, a leadoff hit. Baez takes a turn, has a notion, then wisely retreats to first. So Pedro Baez 2 for 3 and a walk and 2 runs scored tonight.
Just out of the reach of Juan. This is one where if he gloves it, he is nimble enough to get up and get the ball over to first in time, but it's just out of the reach and ticks the leather. If it makes it by, I don't think Hanley, even with the backhand backing him up, is going to get a shot at Baez.
Yeah, the really only shot was for Juan Uribe. Yep. So now it's important for Pedro Baez to settle down here, see if he can get that ground ball.
Valbuena is 1 for 3 and a run scored and an RBI. Dodgers lead at 6-4 after scoring 5 in the top of the 7th. Dodgers hoping Baez can come up with a shutdown inning here. Strike at 96. J.P. Howell is going to work in the Dodger bullpen now.
You can see where Pedro Baez's stock has really risen in the Dodgers brass's eyes. Now out there in a game in the pennant race. His last 18 and a third innings, only given up 2 runs. That's over 14 appearances. That's a .98 ERA. So he's well deserving of this role right now.
No balls and a strike. Valbuena takes outside.
It's one thing to be a young fellow on the mound, come up and prove your wares and continue to get the baseball, and then higher and higher responsibilities. It's another thing that when you're on a roll, then all of a sudden the leadoff hitter gets on. You've got to control a new energy in your mind and in your body to stay focused and make pitches.
Jorge Soler is on deck. 95 upstairs, too much for Valbuena. 1-2. This is one of those games where the Dodgers certainly need the victory. Cubs are finishing off their year. They haven't had a 500 or above year since 2009. Dodgers lead the Giants by 2. They're off tonight. San Francisco this weekend in San Diego. The 1-2. Valbuena fouls it back.
It seems like down the stretch here, there are just so many monumental kind of wins. You know, the response after the Friday massacre that the Dodgers took from the Giants and then came back. This comeback here could seem just huge when we write the final script.
Yeah, that 9-0 pacing they took up in San Francisco, and then came back with 17 runs and 24 hits. Then Dodgers feeling good about themselves. They go up to Colorado, lose 2 out of 3.
They needed medicine like this comeback and finishing this day off.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Baez to Luis Valbuena.
Well, the key now is to keep the concentration, keep the focus.
Puig with a key hit in the 7th. Kemp
with a home run that was called back.
Blown back.
Also an outfield assist tonight. Valbuena out of Venezuela. Came up with Seattle and then on to Cleveland, and this is his 3rd year with the Cubs.
He's making it very difficult for Pedro Baez to put him away right now.
Valbuena is one of these guys who would be a terrific utility player on a good team. Right now he's starting at 3rd base and batting 3rd for the Cubs. Tough out, solid defender. 1-2, low and outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Drew Gutierrez behind the plate. A.J. Ellis was pinch hit for by Andre Ethier, and Ethier delivered a double and drove in a run. The Dodgers scored 5 runs with 5 hits, helped by an error, and lead it 6-4. This Cub team took 2 of 3 from the Dodgers back at Dodger Stadium. On 2-2, Valbuena into left center. Crawford is there. Last inning, we showed you out beyond the right field wall the Atibus Catuli. Now, what does that mean? In Latin, let's go Cubs. Now, AC 06-69106. What does that mean? The AC is after championship. 06, the number of years since winning the division. The 69, number of years since winning a pennant. The 106, number of years since they last won the World Series. So that's what those letters and numbers are all about. Here's Soler. Taking a strike, and it's 0-1. You can hear the antiquated press box PA. Up until the late 60s here at Wrigley Field, the lineups were announced by megaphone. A named Pat Piper. He would stand right behind home plate and through the megaphone, get your programs and pencils ready. Here are the lineups, as you see the visage of Harry Carey. Pat Piper. And I remember the first time seeing it, I thought I was in a Twilight Zone episode.
Is Pat Piper his stage name? Because he had the pipes to tell everybody through a megaphone.
It was great. I mean, it was one of those, and again, that's the beauty of this ballpark. It's 100 years old. Yeah. And when you come in, and we were talking before the game, the press facilities here are, well, 100 years old. Or to put it into some kind of perspective, when Wrigley Field was built in 1914, it was 6 years before the United States had a radio station. So they weren't much concerned about radio or television because neither existed at that point. Soler is down on strikes. That was then.
The visiting locker room here is on the second story. So to come down from the visiting locker room, you have to come down a long flight of stairs and then through
the concourse.
That's where the writers write.
It's like the concourse.
Yep. But as you come down from the locker room, you have to come down a whole long maze of hallways that are cement. And to think that Ty Cobb and Babe Ruth walked down those same, and we have our metal spikes on, you're grinding on the cement as you come down to the bench, and the cement is worn out from our metal spikes, and the stones are there. And it's absolutely amazing as a player to feel like you've walked those same hallways of the greats.
Same thing. One of the highlights of my career was doing the last game at Tiger Stadium. And it's the same thing as here at Wrigley Field. The dugout roofs are so low that it's a good day if you don't bump your head. And in late in a game, and it's exciting. And a big play, naturally you're sitting on the dugout and you want to jump up and see what happens. And it's an iffy proposition if you're going to be conscious by the end of the play.
And the visiting locker rooms of both places were so small. I remember having, and especially when you're coming here with the expanded rosters, you have to dress in shifts. It was like you used to tell the rookies, all right, get there early, you're dressing, and then
get out of my way.
Get out of the way. Go find somewhere. Go on the bench. Get out.
Get out of the locker room.
Dress early and get out of the way. Get out of the way was priority number one. Now with 2 out, Kalish fouls it back, and it's 0-1.
Until it was slightly modernized, the water heater wasn't strong enough to heat enough water for the whole team. So the rookies were told, you're not getting in the shower after the game, too. You're going to be last.
Right. The water heater was in name only.
Yeah.
Dodgers with 5 in the top of the 7th, lead at 6-4 with 2 out. Kalish is 1 for 3. And of course, made your beans at Fenway Park at Beantown. And under the best of circumstances, it was a crowded clubhouse.
It's so funny is playing at Fenway and that small home clubhouse that was there. And then when I got traded over here, I remember guys going, sorry about this clubhouse. And I said, wow, there's so much more room.
1-1 to Kalish with 2 out. Eric Hinsky still has some hops left. First base coach, and it's J.P. Howell. Hinsky, Rookie of the Year with the Toronto Blue Jays. His neck begins at his earlobes.
He can turn on a fastball.
Cool. Wisconsin born and bred, so he's relatively speaking back home. Dodgers with 5 big runs in the 7th inning. Lead it now 6-4. Baez misses outside. Baez up to 19 pitches.
Right now, it doesn't feel like Baez really has a rhythm out there. You know, this just gets tough on your defense behind you, because as this long inning goes, you get caught in your heels a little bit.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Ryan Kalish. Pass to diving Gonzalez into right field. Baez will go to third. Cubs are threatening with 2 out. And Mike Olt coming up. Olt has a double and a sac fly tonight.
This ball was hit hard. You got Adrian over there at first holding on the runner, and he just couldn't reach it. Just gets by him.
Somebody might ask, why isn't Adrian hopping off the bag farther? Well, with 2 out and a man on first, you don't want to get too far away from the first baseline and have a 2-out double down the line, score that run from first. So you kind of barely hop off and hug the line. That's why the ball found the hole.
So Olt is the lead run at the plate. Now let's see how Baez deals with a bit of trouble here. No balls and a strike.
Drew Butero came in for A.J. Ellis after the pinch hit, come play some defense. Got a little wake-up call there with that foul ball off the mask. Masks are made a lot lighter of composite now. They take and absorb the shock, but they are not very heavy.
How come a wake-up call can knock you out? 0-1. Mike Olt. 1-1. Olt came over, part of that big deal with the Rangers that sent Garza down there. Olt with 12 home runs on the year, all of them before the All-Star break. Has played in 83 games. 1-1, first and third, 2 out. Baez overthrows that one. It's 2-1.
Good call, Charlie. It's the first pitch that I've really seen him come out of his delivery on his fastball, where it really just ends up by the neck high of the hitter, and he was trying to throw that ball before his front foot landed, falling off towards first base. Take a deep breath, stay within yourself. You can do this. You've been doing it for 18 1/3 innings. A really high quality ball. Trust that you are good enough.
And 1.5 years in his career. Here's the 2-1. Baez takes outside 3.
He just got squeezed.
Yeah,
right there.
he did. Wow.
That ball is right there.
That was a pitcher's pitch right there. Perfect spot, down in the way, right on the corner. Oh.
As he wiped his forehead, thinking to himself, what more am I supposed to do? Logan Watkins on deck. The 3-1. Foul back, 3 balls and 2 strikes and 2 out. So Kalish at first base will get the head start.
There's only 2 pitches he can throw. Can't throw the slider because he's had the tendency to hang it and leave it up, and the hitter is late on the fastball, so that'd be right into his bat speed. He's either got to throw the fastball, strength against strength, locate it well, or the changeup. I got to believe in this situation he's going with the cheese.
Well, he's going to deal his A material. Let's see. 3-2. There goes Kalish. Swung on and missed, strike 3 at 96. You want it, you got it. The Dodgers get out of it. No runs and 2 base hits. We'll go to the 8th. Dodgers lead at 6-4. 96-mile-an-hour fastball past Mike Holt. Cubs strand 2, and we head to the 8th, and the Dodgers lead by 2. And time to take a look at the Dodger calendar presented by 76. Well, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Friday's a matinee day at Wrigley Field. And tomorrow it's going to be Clayton Kershaw against one-time Dodger Edwin Jackson, Roberto Hernandez, Felix Doubrun on Saturday. That's a Fox game. Sunday, 11 o'clock in the morning, Dan Herron as of now against Jacob Turner, and then the big 3-game series back at Dodger Stadium Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday nights. A week from today, the final off day of the regular season, Dodgers wrap it up against the Rockies next weekend. Brian Schlitter, his 58th appearance, an ERA of over 4, and opposing hitters hitting .256 against him. So the Dodgers with the 5-run 7th. And they've been terrific, leading after 7 this year, 76-6. The Cubs, when trailing after 7, are 2-69.
I like our chances.
Matt Kemp. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kemp led off the 7th inning off Wesley Wright. Well, you know who's warming up in the Dodger bullpen there. And hit one to the wall in left center. Only the wind off Lake Michigan kept it from being a home run. But it was a sign of things to come. He hit it hard. Ramirez, single to right. Crawford, single to right. All hit hard. Uribe smashed one to the second baseman, Watkins, unable to field it. An error, extending the inning. Ethier doubled to left. Fielded nicely by Valbuena. Kemp is retired, 1 out and nobody on. So the Dodgers come up with 5 runs and 5 hits. Statistically, only one of the runs was earned. Dodgers could care less about that. They lead it 6-4 with 1 out in the 8th. Now Hanley Ramirez, who singled to right and scored a run in that 5-run 7th. Ramirez, no balls and a strike. Hanley's elbow, which sidelined him for a couple of games, appears to be better.
I don't know what's worse, being hurt and can't play, or having nagging injuries and it affects your effectiveness.
That one just ate up Valbuena. A lot of top spin on that one. So for Hanley Ramirez, he's now 2 for 4.
Yeah, there was a lot of top spin on this one, and goes ranges to his left, and that would have been a great play if he was able to come up with it just off his glove. You see him upset with himself, but that's not an error there. That's a base hit.
And it didn't take the official score long to declare it such. And now here's the red-hot Carl Crawford. Pinch hit for Van Slyke and banged a single to right. Would come around to score in the 5-run 7th. Ramirez has 14 stolen bases in 19 tries. No pitch. Nine games left after tonight. 3 here at Wrigley Field and 3 at Dodger Stadium with the Giants next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and then the final 3 with the Rockies after an off day a week from today. Giants are idle. They've got 3 games in San Diego, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Crawford late.
As much as Ramirez, we said his fastball was hard and straight, Cubs reliever that got tattooed. Schlitter's fastball has got some really good tail and movement to it.
The ball gets loose out of the Dodger dugout somehow, and that's been retrieved.
Of the 3 things that can happen to a baseball when it leaves your hand: the location, the velocity, and the movement. If I put them in order, I'll take location, then I'll take movement, then I'll take velocity.
And as a hitter, I hope you don't have any of those 3.
And as Mariano Rivera would always say, once the ball leaves my hand, I have no control.
He did a pretty good job when he had control, though.
Yeah. But that I asked him if he had blown back-to-back saves, which in New York with the tabloids, somehow Crawford gets away with checking the swing thanks to the crew chief Jerry Davis.
So after 2 blown saves, they wanted to get rid of him?
Oh, they were hanging him in effigy in the New York Post and the Daily News. The talk shows were killing him. And I asked him one day, I said, do you take that stuff home with you? Do you listen on the radio? Do you read the paper? And he looked at me and said, once the ball leaves my hand, I have no control. And that was how he was able to do what he did, as well as he did, and better than anybody who's ever done it. Crawford down on strikes.
Pretty much what Nomar would say when he gave quotes to the Boston media. Once I give him a quote, I have no control.
I'm not saying a word. I'm going to be over here. If you need me, I'll be quiet. I'll leave that alone. I'll be right here.
Or once in a blue moon, huh?
I'll be right here.
That's why he gave less and less quotes over the years.
2 out, and here's Uribe. 1 for 2, a run scored, and an RBI tonight. It was Uribe who scorched one to the second baseman Watkins in the 7th inning, who bobbled it. An error kept the inning going, and when the dust had settled, the Dodgers came up with 5 and turned a 4-1 deficit into the 6-4 lead they enjoyed with 2 out in the 8th. And a line drive base hit into right field. It took a while, it seemed, for the Dodgers to wake up tonight. They scored the 5 in the 7th. And now Ramirez with a base hit, hard hit. And 5 hard base hits in that 7th inning.
You know, they had opportunity, Charlie. They got the leadoff runner in the 4th inning. They had 3 base hits in a row, and then they got the leadoff runner on in the 5th inning. They ended up scoring him, which was good, and he had some hard hits. But like you said, that 7th inning really was the one where everybody was just as if they said, hey guys, we need to have some quality at bats here, each one of us, and they did.
Or knocking on their metaphorical head, McFly. Jock Peterson pinch hitting. In the pitcher's spot, which was the 8th spot in the lineup, Gutierrez is on deck.
This would be my candidate for the hard swing contest if it was between Baez and a Dodger.
I was just thinking that right now, and I'm like, I don't know if Peterson is as violent as Baez is. It's up there.
But at least we got a candidate.
Yeah, you're right.
Dodgers 6 runs and 12 hits, and the Cubs 4 runs and 11. Outside. 3 balls, no strikes to Peterson. Peterson struck out his fair share at AAA this year, where he was Rookie of the Year and Player of the Year. But he walked a lot. Had a on-base percentage around 400. And he takes a 4-pitch walk, and the Dodgers have the bases loaded. Zach Roskup. As Chris Bosio is going to come out, have a conference, and Drew Butera is going to bat. Brewers and Cardinals are tied at 2, playing in the 10th inning in St. Louis. And Butera is going to bat with the bases loaded and 2 out. This is Butera's first at bat of the night. He came in after A.J. Ellis was pinch hit for by Ethier, who delivered. Ethier with a double and an RBI in that 5-run 7th. So Greinke struggled tonight, but the 2 young relievers, Paco Rodriguez, no runs and 2 hits in their 2 innings of work combined. Butera takes inside. Greinke left the game, he was on the losing side of the ledger. He will neither win it nor lose it. Butera on 2-0. Got up there in a hurry, but high. 3 balls and no strikes.
Greinke was caught and pulled into the boat and was about to be put on ice, and he flopped out back into the ocean. Well, you used to say that's what you get for spitting the hook. You can that was you got to take it further and further and further when you spit the hook.
Meanwhile, a 4-pitch walk. Butera gets an easy RBI. Ramirez trots home, and the Dodgers lead 7-4. And that's the end of the line for Brian Schlitter. Rick Renteria has seen enough. And Zach Roskup is coming in with the bases loaded. Dodgers with a run here in the 8th, and they lead it 7-4. Bat the #1 at-bat for live baseball. Enjoy live look-ins, replay reviews, scores, live radio broadcasts, the MLB.TV game of the day, and so much more. Get At Bat for your smartphone or tablet on the App Store or visit MLB.com. Zach Rosscup with an ERA that he's not particularly proud of. 10 innings, 13 strikeouts, 11 walks. Well, he's averaging better than a strikeout an inning and a walk an inning, which suggests he's throwing a lot of pitches.
Doesn't lead to a low ERA.
With the bases loaded, Gordon takes way outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Rosscup is the 6th Cub pitcher. Takes a strike. Does D. Gordon. Gordon is 2 for 4. And the Bronx cheer on the north side of Chicago. So the Dodgers with 1 in the 5th, 5 in the 7th, 1 here in the 8th. Gordon slashes it off to the left.
A good at bat for D right here against Rosscup would go a long way to having him start against some different kinds of lefties. He's facing that sweeping left-handed breaking ball that Rosscup has thrown the last 2 pitches. Those are usually the type of pitches that Don Mattingly decides not to start him against those type of lefties.
Rosscup out of Portland, Oregon, gets D. Gordon looking. But the Dodgers pick up a run. Couple of hits, couple of walks, and leave 3. Go to the bottom of the 8th with a 7-4 lead. And Brian Wilson's on his way in. Brian Wilson is now on in relief. And Miguel Rojas takes over at short. So Wilson making his 56th appearance of the year. An ERA of 4 2/3, which has been steadily coming down the second half of the season. And this is his about to be his 45th inning of work. So Baez, while he struggled a bit in the 7th inning, 26 pitches, 17 for strikes, got into and got out of trouble, and he struck out Mike Oldham, 1st and 3rd and 2 out, and that seemed to burst the Cubs party balloon. Watkins No balls and 2 strikes. He's 0 for 3. 33,649 were here at the beginning, and less than half of that are here at 10:30 on this chilly Thursday night. Three and a half hours into this. One and two. Foul back and out of play. So far tonight, Cubbies 4 runs and 11 hits. Their top 5 batters, 2 singles apiece. Their 6th hitter has 1 double. Batters 7, 8, and 9 are 0 for the night. Kemp able to track it down. That was not an easy play, what with the wind blowing here in Chicago tonight.
A very nice play by Matt Kemp, staying with it. And I'll tell you, in the back of his mind, he's probably thinking about the home run that stayed in as well and was caught. So he's like, I got to make this play for Wilson. He stays with it and makes a good catch.
And he's thinking about that brick wall, too.
Yeah, and there's no padding out there with that ivy.
Looks are deceiving on that. Yeah. Here's a breaking ball for a strike. That's good old-fashioned yellow paint on a brick. Well, lots of another brick in the wall. No balls, 2 strikes to John Baker. One out in the bottom of the 8th.
Well, you were talking about Zach Greinke and how he was in the boat. They went back out there in the ocean.
Yep.
Would you kind of credit that to that first inning where the first 4 batters get on base and he really minimized that damage, just giving up 2 runs?
Yeah, he had the hook in him for the loss, but he jumped out. But he did a good job at least keeping us close. He didn't let the game get completely out of control.
Mattingly and Honeycutt.
The tough inning before the 5 spot was when they gave up the 2 runs
in the 5th.
In the 5th, and D. Gordon had a tough ground ball, and Zach didn't look like he was on his game that inning, and just looked like the game was winding away from the Dodgers.
But Kemp would lead off the 7th. I mean, he hit the ball about as hard as a man can hit it, but a long line drive to left center, called strike 3. That's the 2nd out of the inning. Chris Valleca's now going to pinch hit with 2 out. But that line drive off the bat of Kemp in the 7th inning would be a sign of things to come. And after that, Ramirez scorched 1. Crawford pinch hitting, scorched 1. Uribe scorched 1 at the second baseman who booted it. Ethier pinch hit double. So first 5 batters of the 7th, 1 ball was hit harder than next off Neil Ramirez. And so Valleca, Southern California boy, with 2 out. Fouls it back. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Born in Santa Monica, lives in Oxnard. Came up originally with the Reds. 1-2. Game time temperature was 61. We can assure you it's not gotten any warmer.
It's really one of the first games since Minnesota that the Dodgers have had to start to deal with a little bit of the chill in the air. That summer in Minnesota was cold.
You're not giving the word cold due justice.
It was frigid wet.
It was awful. Well, one of the games was snowed out. Little bloop in the infield, and Adrian Gonzalez makes a sliding play to end the inning. I wouldn't want to be Christopher Lake's thumbs at the moment. Nothing across. We go to the ninth, and the Dodgers lead by 3. Clayton Kershaw spotted all of the pitchers in Major League Baseball with 5 starts. And tomorrow he, with a win, will be the first to 20. And we'll be back with you tomorrow morning at a little past 11 o'clock Los Angeles time. And going for the Cubs will be Edwin Jackson, the one-time Dodger. New pitcher for the Cubs as we go to the ninth is Blake Parker. Making his 15th appearance. Dodgers in the Cubs tomorrow with a win tonight. They're sitting pretty at 86 and 66. 2.5 game lead on the Giants. If they get the job done here in the ninth, and here is Puig leading it off. No balls and a strike.
Kenley Jansen has approximately a 90% save rate. He's up in the bullpen with the 3-run lead. He has been outstanding. We watched the growth of an outstanding closer this year. He really understands his role and how to pitch with his stuff now.
First saw him in the World Baseball Classic in 2009, and he was the catcher for Team Netherlands.
Well, now he's the complete package. He really understands his cut fastball, his slider, how to use it both sides of the plate. He's gotten a lot tougher. He's learned to come out of the bullpen throwing his hardest and ready to take on the game, not ease into it.
Trevor Rosenthal and Craig Kimbrell lead the National League with 44 saves. And Jansen nipping at their heels. He's got 42 along with Frankie Rodriguez.
And Oral, you and I have talked about Kenley. Once he started pitching inside to the hitters, it really just opened up the entire plate for him.
1 ball and 2 strikes.
It was a huge step for him mentally, and they really, Kenny Howell did great work with him down there in the bullpen, convincing him Kenny a hard thrower with a slider that had to learn to pitch inside. And they were pushing him in there. A.J. Ellis, his catcher, was pushing him in there, and he went begrudgingly. But once he got in there and found success, boy, it's now just part of the game.
Yeah. I'll tell you right now, when you look at Yasiel, every time he kind of strides, it looks like you know, we've seen this before where it looks like he's hurting himself or he hurt himself. And we'll see if he continues doing that, because he doesn't look too comfortable when he was kind of striding at that last pitch. It was in the dirt. He hopped out of the batter's box like he might have pulled something, strained something.
2-2. 3-2.
That's what I'm talking about. On the pitch before, watch this. Punches in the dirt. There he goes. He checks his swing. Now watch him kind of hop out of there.
Left foot, front foot.
Yep. I don't know if it looked like he was grabbing the left foot there.
Now he's pushing kind of on his quad.
3 balls and 2 strikes to Puig, beginning the 9th. To the right side. Diving stop. Throw to first. Not in time. It gets past Holt. And Puig will go to second base.
So much for that left foot, because he was getting down the line on that one.
Hitting an error. And for Puig, a 3rd hit of the night. And for Watkins, a 2nd error at second base.
I'll tell you, Oro, we talked about it. I really like Yasiel the last couple at bats he's had. The line drive kind of to right center, and then this one on that fastball driving into the right field, and see him hustling down the line, as most hitters do. When you can smell that hit or the possibility of the hit, it kind of gets you in another gear, and hustling down there, and not only gets the hit but forces an error and gets the second.
Adrian Gonzalez is 1 for 4. And outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Gonzalez a single to right's been fanned twice and flied to center. He went around. Well, with a 3-run lead, Gonzalez's mood is a little better than it might have been after that pitch. To the shortstop. Puig will go to third. Gonzalez is retired. Bad throw, and he's safe. Ooh.
Last few innings have been kind of the ugly part of the Chicago Cubs. You get to see why they have the record they do, and they're near the bottom. Some growth of just sloppy play from the mound. Pitchers not throwing strikes. In the field, fielders not catching it cleanly or throwing it accurately.
Well, over the course of this long season, and for the Cubs, it's been another long one, 68 and 84. Offensively, they are 12th in the league. Pitching, they are 13th in the league. And they have committed 3 errors tonight.
Might have kept his foot on the bag there. When I watched the second replay, it looked like maybe they're going to review this.
Because the game simply hasn't gone on long enough.
Actually, the delay in this review, if it causes an out, might shorten the game.
So they'll have a look. Jerry Davis and Phil Cuzzy, the first base umpire. Question is, did he tag him? And it looked like he missed him.
Looks like he missed him, and I don't think he kept his foot on there.
Yeah, that angle didn't look like he did. This angle.
The only prayer that Renteria had, did he tag him, and he didn't.
No. Hopefully they made a quick call. That was good.
Really quick.
Yes.
That was the angle I thought, but no, he pulls off. And no tag either.
Jerry Davis, the crew chief, telling the guys in New York, make it quick, it's cold. So it's 1st and 3rd. And here's Matt Kemp. For those who care about such things, 40 seconds it took to look at it again. Most of the replays have been about a minute.
It actually sounds like somebody at Grand Central telling you when a train's leaving right there. 40 seconds.
It's leaving in 40 seconds.
40 seconds.
Doors will close.
40 seconds.
The last train to Hoboken. You've just missed it. 2 balls and no strikes to Matt Kemp. Kemp tonight 0 for 4. May have hit the hardest ball all night. That was back in the 7th inning. So Coughlin to the wall in left center. And the wind not blowing in. Kemp would have had a home run. 2-1. Hanley Ramirez on deck. This game goes any longer, Rush Street's going to take the rest of the night off.
It closes?
On occasion.
Three balls and 1 strike. 1st and 3rd, nobody out. Dodgers sitting pretty. And Kemp smacks one deep to left center. He missed one the last time out, and he just missed another one.
That's when you need a teammate to go talk to Matt Kemp and say, Matt Kemp, don't change a thing. I'll tell you, you can smile. The great thing about that is because at least it's a sac fly. Yeah, there's a man on third. You get an RBI. It's a sac fly. That's why he's smiling. And you know your team's leading, and they had a great comeback in that inning. And
what am I going to do?
You know,
and he's been getting razzed by those fans down by the tarp on the first baseline every time he's made the right turn.
Razor shines.
And he looked over at him.
Wow.
Nothing more you can do about that.
Dodger fans over the dugout were clapping, and the Cub fans behind the tarp have been razzing him.
I'm glad he's smiling. He should be smiling. He's swinging a great bat right now. He's on everything. Stay right there.
Those outs feel better when you got a guaranteed deal.
And a 4-run lead.
They feel better when they not get a run. Well, that's when they feel better. Hanley
going into a free agent year, those 2 balls hurt.
Yeah.
Matt in the middle of a guaranteed deal, he feels a little. He's okay. We're gonna win. We made a comeback. It's okay. Turn the page.
1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. Ramirez is 2 for 4. And a 6-4. Beat it out. 2 out. Of course, Clayton Kershaw goes tomorrow and will be on the air at 11 o'clock with that. And of course, Kershaw's first no-hitter of his career. To honor the achievement, there will be a commemorative pin giveaway to the first 40,000 fans at Dodger Stadium on Monday night when the Giants come to town. Compliments of 76. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Carl Crawford. Strike, nothing in 1.
Carl, Mark, I don't stir it up very much, but on a night like tonight, might take 2 game balls and write on them which number out of the year they were for Matt Kemp and put them in his locker like souvenirs.
Oh, I'm sure he'll
like
really
they were
like that.
home run balls.
Gee, thanks, Oral.
Oh, yeah, right. You don't stir much up at all.
Talk about you need a teammate, you know. But you want to just break the ice and go, hey, you had a great game, you know, nice 0 for 4 with an RBI. Here's your 2 home run balls that didn't make it.
Yeah.
Darryl,
you know what? They pull off the victory and somebody does that, he'll be fine with it.
Yeah, you could put him up in his office and have a nice story when people come and tour his office.
What are those? Those are home run balls, kind of, sort of, but not really.
Crawford pops it up into short left. And that's Coghlan, and that ends the inning. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, 1 left. And the wind has done Matt Kemp no favors tonight, but the Dodgers lead by 4. We have the Lexus player of the game, the Lexus play of the game. But the 7th inning was far too entertaining to just limit to 1 batter, 1 hitter, 1 play. The Dodgers put together 5 runs and 5 hits, hit 1 ball harder than the next. That was the turning point of the game, and that is how we have arrived at the bottom half of the 9th. Puig with a big base hit, and the Dodgers have themselves an 8-4 lead. And not very many people are left. So here's Kenley Jansen to finish up business here tonight. There's a call strike. It is 0-1 to Chris Coghlan. The famous rooftop seats. Plenty of them still good. Plenty available. They're cleaning up. And those 2 guys ain't leaving. The Wrigleyville rooftop. I'm guessing they're Dodger fans.
I think there's 9 buildings with seats on top, and you can count total people on the 9 buildings on 2 hands.
Well, they're not doing too much better in right field. Dodgers 8 runs, 13 hits, 5 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th. Cubs 2 runs, 4 runs, 11 hits. They had 2 in the 1st and 2 in the 5th. First out of the 9th. Coghlan down on strikes.
Oh, that's a perfect example. You were talking about Kenley Jansen coming out of the bullpen and just bringing it up, throwing hard, going right after hitters.
Kenley hasn't pitched since Sunday against San Francisco, where he got a save, so you wonder why he's out there in a non-save situation. There's a little rust they want to knock off, and it's really important for him to have a very efficient inning with a quick turnaround day game tomorrow in case it's a 1-run game and he's got to be out there again.
And again, the uncertainty of who may or may not start on Sunday. It could be, as we're talking about, the possibility of Johnny Holstaff and push Herron back to Monday for the first game against the Giants at Dodger Stadium. All hands on deck. Javier Baez, a couple of hits, a pop out, a walk, and 2 runs scored.
It's very rare that you see a division leading championship team have to go to possibly a bullpen day down the stretch. But that's the case with the health of the Dodger pitching staff right now.
Well, one thing we don't know is Ryu going to be able to pitch in the final week of the season? He was due to fly here to Chicago today to be here in time for the game tonight, but he's not the first one to have it happen. His flight got delayed. One and two. Swung on and missed, strike 3, 94.
Ryu is, the announcement was to come here and start a sub-maximal throwing program, but after Carlos Frias goes only 2 outs in his start, and Roberto Hernandez only went 3 2/3, sub-maximal might turn into at least medium if there's no pain in his shoulder, to get him out as quick as possible.
Up until a month ago, I never heard the term sub-maximal before, which means kind of soft tossing. And when it's flat ground, it means playing catch. And a chest contusion is a bruised rib. And the Dodgers are a strike away from their 87th win and going 21 games over 500. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. One and 2. Used cars used to be used cars. Now they're pre-owned.
That's right.
Sub-maximal, please. Just going to toss it around. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 9th inning. The pitch to Valbuena, rolled to first. Gonzalez has it. And now there are 9 games left in the regular season. The Dodger lead over the Giants is 2.5. They improved their record to 87 and 66 as they beat the Cubs 8-4. For the Dodgers, 8 runs, 13 hits, 2 errors. The Cubs, 4 runs, 11 hits, and 3 errors. For Alana Rizzo, Oral Hershiser, no more Garcia Power. Charlie Steiner saying good night, goodbye. We'll see you in the morning. Kershaw's going to be pitching for the Dodgers. Access Sportsnet presented by Hyundai is coming up next.